The Modus Super Series.
Derek Coulson for Destiny.
It's there! Taylor!
Yeah, absolutely.
Biggest of all
He
fish.
reels it in.
Yeah. What an incredible record. Everything you wanted.
He does it.
Henry Coulson in glory.
Our champion
That's
tonight.
the bullseye. This will be amazing. Unbelievable.
Oh, what a time for that.
It's matched out.
That is
Incredible.
that is seething. The pressure is on.
Champions League night.
Derek Coulson.
Double 16.
Game shot on the
How
first
tidy is
leg.
that?
George Cressy.
Single Players Championship event last year.
Double 16.
Game shot on the
All
third
of a sudden,
leg. Ryan
The
Bradley.
nice combination.
Breaker throw in the first leg. Double 16.
Game shot on the first
And he
leg.
makes
Barry
absolutely no
Van Beer.
mistake. And the first from Jack Drayton. Tops to round it off. And it does.
And the man,
What a commanding
Jack
display. Mitchell Lowry doing great things. That's just to name a few. There's absolutely
Game shot on
that's
the fourth leg.
Huntley.
Michael Huntley.
Group A action continues on week 2. Will we see more of the same or some other names throw themselves into the conversation? Well, a very good morning to you from the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It's Group A that continues into Tuesday morning. It's Jack Drayton that currently leads the way. The young 19-year-old has been doing some great stuff in the world of darts, but he's closely followed by Barry Van Peer, a man that we know lots about across multiple circuits in the darting world. Or could debutant Zvonimir Lesic get himself into a little bit more of a conversation already for finals night on Saturday? With me to talk about all of what we've seen so far is Paul Nicholson. Great to be in your company, Paul. And let's start right there with the man that we mentioned at the top of the show, Jack Drayton. There's been a lot of talk about what he can do, and so far he's shown us that. 4 wins from 5.
Yeah, 4 wins from 5 on a day where he didn't even play his best darts. It tells you a lot about what he's capable of when his B game is good enough to boss a 6-person group like yesterday. His third game was his best of the day, winning 4-0 and finding good stuff like this to end the game with punctuation. Because if you can find a really tricky tops to win by 4 legs to 0 against someone who's already won twice, it tells you that he can time his runs very well. But I get the feeling there's another level to find over the next couple of days for Jack.
And I think the key point in there is you saying that he's not played his best starts, but of course he still tops the table, but very closely followed by Barry Van Peer.
Yeah, Berry yesterday impressed me, especially when he averaged over 100 in his final game on Monday. But it wasn't just about that. It was the fact that he was doing the things that he's noted for, some creative approach work and some creative finishing. But the smooth aspect of the throw is back. And with his skill set, he's the kind of person who could be very dangerous, not just this week, but in the next few months.
I guess those two are the two players that are leading the pack at the moment, but we know how quickly things can change over the course of the next couple of days. George Cressy and Ryan Bradley, I'm sure, will want to have better days than yesterday. What stands out for you there? Jack Drayton 6-4, Barry Van Peer 11-4.
Van Peer sticks out because he's not that far behind Jack Drayton at the top. It's a matter of a leg. But he looks like the danger man at this point. A lot can change in the first couple of rounds today, but I think he's the danger man at 11-4. Someone's going to have to make a really big move from the back if they're going to trouble those two for me.
Do you think any of those two can there in Cressy and Branley?
Potentially. Cressy yesterday was really useful, but he can't have that lull in the middle of the campaign like he did on Monday.
Is it worth a pound on Lesic at 100-1?
No.
Well, of course, we've already had week 1's worth of action last week here at the Live Lounge. A dramatic week, and it was a certain Darren ice cold beverage that lit the stage up here at the Live Lounge.
You'd rather do that the first dart than the second, so it's 1 dart, double full.
Game shot.
And this time,
And
double
the match.
4 is found. Should be a good guide,
Game
and Matt
shot.
Clark uses
And the
it
match.
perfectly.
Matt Clark.
And this for the match.
Game, shot.
And James Buckby,
And the
well,
match.
he puts
James
an end
Buckby.
to... Pointed had a chance to extend the game. It's tops for Parkin,
Game,
and there's no
shot.
mistake this
And the
time
match.
as
Richie
Richie Parkin.
So another 50 fault, so at least double top for a 148.
Game,
Absolutely
shot.
fantastic there.
James
Buckby.
And another tops
Game,
for a second
shot.
tongue clutch checkout in the match for James Buckby. 7. Go straight
Game,
for it, and that's
shot.
the reason why
And the
another
match.
the head for James Buckby.
Game, shot.
Oh, it slid down the wrong side, and he is way off the oche.
Game,
And that is a huge cheer,
And the
a huge
match.
roar, and a brilliant
James
dart
Buckby.
from...
Beat 20s first. Might be triple 15, so it's 1 dart, double 8.
Game,
Absolutely
shot. And
fantastic,
the fourth.
solid.
Double 16, the double of choice.
Game,
Double
shot.
16 is found.
For ice cold. So it's 2 darts at double 12. Another.
Game, shot.
And you can hear the
And the
roar
Modus
from
Super
Ice Cold
Series
Beverage
15
because
Week 1
that was an
champion is
emphatic
Darren.
win.
It's ice cold, Darren Beveridge.
Well, there it was, Darren Beveridge picking up the weekly title in week 1. But we've got 6 players here in Group A that will want to book their spot here on Saturday. Some looking more likely than others at the moment. And to kick off Tuesday's action, the man Zvonimir Lesic on his Modus Super Series debut. The man from Croatia yet to pick up a point after Monday. But we have seen players have slow starts to groups and then really come through the next couple of days. But he'll need to really go on a bit of a clean sweep, or at least have 2 very positive days if he's to put himself in the conversation. George Baker, the referee, the man keeping everything in order up on that stage today. And of course, Ryan Branley is Lesic, his opponent. The young 18-year-old, the boy from Blythe. Had a mixed day, really, yesterday. But he did win 3 of his games, so tilted the balance in the favour of victories rather than defeats. But this will be one of those games for Branley where he looks at a positive start to the day. And I think we mentioned on comms yesterday, Paul. I'm going to pause that just for a moment because Zvonimir Lesic has raised eyebrows here yesterday, and he raises another eyebrow in the commentary box here by kicking off his day with a 180, as does Branley.
Okay, so that's a good way to start Tuesday. It's not us sitting here saying that both players had a really good day on the 180s yesterday. They didn't. They were the worst of the 6. 2 for Branley, 2 for Lesic. Branley was looking to get 2 from the off. And interestingly, he started with the darts that he finished with yesterday. Because he had 2 sets on the stage. He's gone for the set that he changed to later on Monday. So that is a decision
41.
he's made.
That was the interesting thing coming out to today, wasn't it? The darts that he started today with. We spoke that he switched to those darts
145.
yesterday, maybe as a trial to see which ones he was going to use for the rest of the week.
Yeah, and I think that trial is over, judging by this first leg of the day. He's on a 10-darter in the first leg of Tuesday.
85.
I mean, Lesic has
Ryan,
had a
you
good leg here.
require
95 after
36.
12 is a very good effort. But it looks like it might not be good enough.
Game
A
shot the
very,
first
very
leg,
confident
Ryan
leg
Branley.
from Ryan Branley to start the day. I noticed here in the live lounge
Second leg
building
is
that
Ryan
Branley
to
has been
throw
occupying
first.
his
Game
time
on.
before starting out on that stage for a long period of time. You sometimes see some players come up and practice for 10, 20 minutes before, but he's been out there for a good
140.
while, practicing, sharpening his game, and you can see that.
Yeah, I like that work ethic. It's a very blithe thing to do. Probably not in his
60.
lifetime, but The Port of Blythe in Northumberland is famous for very hard-working people. You can see a little bit of black and white at the bottom of his dart shirt. Homage to his beloved Newcastle United.
97.
He's up against someone in Leicester who yesterday was very creative. He was a little bit against the grain when it comes to how you approach shots and how you go for
100.
certain checkouts. I just had a look on the map, actually, as to where he's from. It's right on the Bosnian border. I don't think there's a town in Croatia that's
41.
further from the coast than Zapanja.
A beautiful coastline down over in Croatia. He
125.
almost matched his tally of 180s from yesterday as a whole within the first 2 legs of today.
Well, I think what we're going to get today is an improvement in standard from Monday. Monday wasn't bad.
59.
We had some good stuff from all of the players at times, but maybe we'll get more consistency today.
60. Ryan, you require 164.
If you're just joining us here for Group A and you didn't see yesterday's action, it's Jack Drayton and Berry Van Peer that lead the way with 8 points from their first 5 games. Of course, everybody has
60.
played 5. George Cressy and
Zvonimir
Ryan Branley with 6 points,
156.
a couple of points back. Mike Huntley with 2, and Zvonimir Lesic, the only man yet to pick up a point. 2 points for every win, of course. And Lesic was a player
140.
yesterday that was
Ryan, you
very
require
much in
104.
games, but just couldn't get them over the line. And it's been the same here. Branley started really well, but he's been in the legs.
64.
He could have been out of it
Zvonimir,
there.
you
Branley
require
had a really good
16.
chance there of taking a 2-0 lead.
It would have felt harsh on Lesic that he wouldn't have got a go at the outer ring.
Game shot in the second
he will, and
leg.
he will
Zvonimir Lesic.
Take it out as well. Had to switch over to that 4.
Third leg is Zvonimir to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, Lesic yesterday only got 32 darts at a double, hitting 7 for 22%. That was 10%
41.
under the group average on doubles yesterday. One, he's got to get more chances. And secondly, he's going to have to be more accurate.
140.
Especially when we look at Branley and the fact that he's raising the scoring stakes. If they do that against him, he's going to have to go with them.
140.
And early indications are he's willing to do that.
You almost have to find an extra gear and then another gear on top of it because of other players putting their levels up. And if you just lift your gear up 1, you're almost back at the level that people were yesterday. But so far, we're seeing a very competitive game of darts here in the first 2.5 legs.
60.
It reminds me of something that was spoken about at the recent World Match Play in Blackpool. And I think it's very profound for Lesic as well today.
60.
As for Gerwin Price against Luke Littler, they said he's going to have to start brilliantly, then get better. That is the case for Lesic today. He's going to have to start brilliantly and get better as the day goes on.
95.
It was an amazing case at the match play in that particular game, wasn't it? Because even if Gerwin Price put in arguably the best performance of his career, it still wouldn't have been enough
41.
Probably not.
at the level that Littler played in. The averages and the just robotic brilliance that we've seen from him.
45.
Branley's got a
Ryan,
chance at
you require
160 here.
160.
He got to tops on 104 in the previous leg. This is a bit trickier. That is a dart that needs to be eradicated today. There were far too many times yesterday he was in that 5.
122. Zvonimir, you require 120.
Well, this will be a statement. And it strays into that 5 once again, this time the treble.
$92. Ryan, you require 38.
He likes double 14. He liked to leave it yesterday.
Game shot in the third leg. Ryan
Likes a double
Branley.
19 on that occasion. It is a double that we've seen him leave on a number of occasions now, though.
Fourth leg is Ryan to throw first. Game on. $96.
Yeah, that's not bad. 50% is the kind of level that over the course of
97.
Monday nobody achieved. In fact, the best doubling percentage came from Ryan Branley. 43% for the day. That is
30.
brilliant. But this is one of the weirdest statistics from all of yesterday. We know that Lesic didn't get any points. We know that Branley got 6.
60.
And yet Ryan Branley only had 3 more darts at double than the Croatian.
It shows how important the accuracy
22.
is. Because, you know, as far as shots at the outer ring go, Jack Drayton was absolutely cut and dry above every single player out there. But the
100.
effectiveness to finish them. That's an interesting stat that you say there about only 3 more shots at the double.
Well, Lesic had about half as many darts at double as Jack Drayton.
60.
Say no more. And he's sticking with the yellow flights, which is something he changed in the middle of
60.
yesterday. Still using that long stem and that impossibly short barrel.
And once again, just to jump in and say, if you're joining us today, it is one of the more interesting setups we've seen.
133.
And we alluded to the fact that it's more of a pinch technique for Lesic. That's obviously what he prefers instead of sort of an open one across all the barrel.
100. Ryan, you require 160.
It might, in fact, be the shortest barrel I've ever seen on any hockey. It's not the shortest stem, of course. That one goes to Robert Grundy.
50.
Now, this could be a tie
Bonamy, you
game. This
require
game yesterday was
84.
very tight. It was only 4-3 to Branley. And Lesic, again, is causing Branley issues. Now, what does he do here? Of course he doesn't go for the 14. Because he
52.
doesn't do anything right.
Ryan, you require 110.
After the amount of love he's had for the 14s, it amazes me that he's not gone for it there. Tops for Branley
Games on the
for a
fourth
real
leg,
steal.
Ryan
Lesic will be shaking
Branley.
his head there at the fact that he's not put more pressure on, at least had a real shot at the
Fifth
outer
leg
ring.
is
Well,
Bonamy
Ryan
to
Branley
throw
right there
first. Game on.
He's just done 2 things. One, he's taken that 110 out beautifully. Secondly, he fully understands what Lesic just
60.
did. It's no longer a surprise because they were all watching him yesterday. And still now, Branley is smiling because he realizes if you make that mistake, I'm going to make you pay for it. And he's just done that.
95.
And it's a mistake that could be really costly for Lesic in this match because now there's a 2-leg buffer between the pair
81.
in a race to 4. And things have slowed down for the Croatian compared to those first couple of legs. And we often saw Branley get stronger as
100.
the games went on yesterday.
Yeah, which means if he gets off to a strong start today, if he continues that trend on Tuesday, how strong could he be by, say, round
100.
3 today? That could be really bad news for someone like Barry Van Peer, who he plays in round 3 in game 9.
96.
I think this is one of them games for Ryan Branley where, no, he wouldn't want to disrespect Zvonimir, but if he has the ambitions of finishing top of the group,
60.
he knows that he needs to come out and start day 2, Tuesday, with a win against the bottom player.
Oh, absolutely. You've got to beat him 3 times.
95.
Nothing else is entering your mind. I've got to beat this guy 3 times. And he will beat him for the 2nd time if he takes out another ton plus checkout. And like you mentioned to me off the air this
100.
morning, Trent,
Ryan, you require
nobody had more than 1
115.
ton plus checkout in a game yesterday.
Might see it for the first time.
77.
We don't.
Zvonimir,
But it
you
was
require
close.
100.
From Ryan Branley. Looking for that double 19 again. He's had a lot of joys in the 19 segment.
Games
But
on the
Lesic
5th
does
leg.
make him pay.
Zvonimir Lesic.
And just as we say, we've not had 2 ton plus checkouts
Sixth
in a
leg is
game.
Ryan
It
to
doesn't
throw
go the way of
first.
Branley,
Game on.
but it goes the way of Lesic.
Well, how on earth has he used that 2nd dart as a marker? It was missing north of the double top bed
121.
to the left. Closer to the double 5, but somehow he's actually used that dart as a marker to hit tops.
45.
I've got to get me a set of these darts to see what they're like. Well, at the top of our show, we did show you
100.
James Buckby losing in another final here in 2026. And you can see when he lost to Darren Beveridge, he was sick and tired of it. Well, Ryan Brandley is very much on that sofa as well. He's sick of losing in finals. 2 180s in one game for Lesic.
60.
And he had 2 all day yesterday, so today's going to be better. That's obvious.
And that might have been his most important maximum he's hit on the Live Lounge stage so far, because to get himself back
100.
in control of this leg against the darts and try and take us to a decider again between this pair.
60.
Of course, the concluding game of yesterday, the opener of today. Lesic finds himself in a good position here and another good visit to the board. Gives it even stronger.
140. Ryan, you require 160.
To double 18, but Branley for a blockbuster finish in the opening game.
128. Zvonimir, you require 36.
Lesic has got to stop him from getting match darts.
Pressure moment. Pressure makes diamonds. We go to a decider. Back-to-back legs for Zvonimir Lesic, and he has the darts to win his first game here at the Live Lounge against Ryan Branley, and it'd be a real thorn in the side of the young 18-year-old if he can't get this over the line and put pressure
55.
on Drayton and Van Peer.
It's fascinating that both guys are 50% on the doubles. Branley's averaging about 90, which is the best that he did yesterday. So he's throwing some really good stuff against the Croatian, but I think the biggest thing in this contest is the fact that the Croatians found about 7% on all of the games he did yesterday. His best performance was only 81.9, and we know that was in a loss. So this is his best game of the week.
96.
Most certainly. And a maximum here would give him a massive chance of that first victory.
140.
It is remarkable to think that the only 180 Ryan Branley has hit in this entire game was his first 3 darts.
We couldn't have had a better start to Tuesday morning if we tried. 2 180s.
I agree. This is going to get everybody's attention in the practice room, because this is a proper game.
And it wasn't just about the maximum, but it set the precedent for this game because it's been played at a fast tempo and at a high standard throughout, all the way to a deciding leg.
28.
And that is not the setup at all that Branley will have wanted. It's a nightmare from young Ryan, and now it's pole position to Lesic, who doesn't look at the moment like he's taking advantage.
Ryan,
they're both stuttering.
157.
That approach work from Branley was a disaster class. Now he needs a master class. He's not going to find it. He drifts again. Okay, answers
41.
on your nearest carrier pigeon, everyone. How is Lesic going to go for 138?
18 scored. 58. Ryan, you require
Well, the standard of this game has
116.
been so high and has dropped at the final moment as the light at the end of the tunnel approaches. And Ryan Branley is just going to step back and compose himself for a minute because he knows that these next 2 darts in this visit are big ones.
Now that dart for treble 19, that was
56.
wizardry
Zvonimir, you
needed, and he
require
wasn't able to
80.
get past it. So Lesic gets his chance to win his first game.
It may have to go. He's going to get 1 dart at tops for his
Game
first
shot.
win
And
on the
there's
Live
Zvonimir
Lounge
Lesic.
stage. Zvonimir Lesic wins an exciting first game of the morning. And the debut curse is over. Much better from the Croatian, who edges out Ryan Branley by 4 legs to 3.
Double 10. And Scotland's off to the perfect start.
Look at the head there for Jimmy Vanski as Burnett steps up. And Richie Burnett does find double 10, and it is a 4-3 victory.
60 to complete a 4-1 success. Third time in the chart, and the Netherlands are into the semi-finals. History is in the making, because for the first time ever, there will be a paired 9-dart shootout. Well, this is the loudest I think I've ever heard the live now. Steve Brent is in race again. Well, that might well be the biggest cheer we see tonight. And kicks off for maximum. And I suppose the one advantage of... Well, that is absolutely incredible. Scott Campbell in a 9-dart shootout has found 2 180s. So Scotland and Belgium are into the semi-finals. The Republic of Ireland head for home. The Netherlands are into the final. Much to the delight of this packed-out Portland.
And he only needed one more. It is Wales that is through to the final.
And it's double Dutch delight. The Netherlands are the inaugural international pairs champions.
Only one winner. It's the Netherlands!
Great darts, great vibes, and a great atmosphere always here at the Live Lounge. If you want to be part of the atmosphere, you can join here in Portsmouth. Just scan that QR code on your screen. Live darts every single Saturday. Doors open at 6:30. Show starts at 7:30, concluding all the action you've seen over the course of the week. Into match number 2 then. It's Michael Huntley against the group leader in Jack Drayton. Jack Drayton was the favourite outright to win Group A and the favourite outright to win the week as well and book his spot at Champions Week. If he does so, he'll do it a lot earlier than he did last time in Series 13. He'll have that longer wait, but he's got to get there first. And gives himself the best chance of doing so by topping Group A. If he plays anything like he did yesterday with extra levels to find, and he's going the right way about it, really exciting prodigy, his Bossman Jr. But playing against a player and a character in Michael Huntley, who we know is capable of some great darts and could be a stumbling block in the first game. Be interesting to see how these two break out the blocks, much like that first game.
Yeah, very much so. Now
First
that we've
leg
seen
is
Lesic
Michael to
get
throw
off the
first.
mark and
Game on.
improve his levels, he's just had his best statistical game of the week and his first win. So if you had a day just like Michael Huntley yesterday, you're going to have to follow suit.
43.
The inconsistencies that Huntley had on Monday can't resurface if he has ambitions of winning this group. That is a fact.
98.
So no better way to start the day than to beat the person at the top of the table. Sounds easy, doesn't it? It won't be.
60.
Especially considering, after I did a little bit of sleuth work last night, apparently Michael Huntley's only had these darts for about 6 weeks. And he's still getting used to them.
125.
And you say it won't be easy, and it was something that wasn't easy yesterday for the other 5 players.
100.
Drayton only losing one of his games, and that was to Barry Van Peer, a man who's kept pace with him throughout the Monday's action.
134.
Yesterday, Drayton got off to a pretty good start. Averaged nearly 92 in beating Ryan Branley by 4 legs to 2.
100. Jack, you require 144.
But that performance could have been so much better had it not been for lots of missed darts at double. Now, that is okay. He's missed the treble 20, but
82.
with Huntley back on 198, it's not panic stations. But what he really, really wants right now is a clean kill to start his day,
100.
to have that
requires
foundational
62.
confidence.
Be a positive start of the day here for Drayton now if he can mop up this double 16.
30. Michael,
This is the
you
chance, so
require
the door's
98.
open for Huntley. Remember, it's on his darts here to start this game. Misses the big
58.
treble to
Jack,
leave a
you require
finish.
32.
So Drayton will come back, and so often he does punish these. Again, it could be a day where he has so many shots at double. That's an awkward second dart,
No score.
and it hampers the third.
Michael, you require 40.
That reaction tells you everything you need to know. Because he feels like it's happening again. Well, that one has gone properly vertical on the entry.
30.
You can see the difference in the angle of attack
Jack,
there
you
with those two
require
darts.
32.
We spoke so much about the angle yesterday, and that's seemingly been the problem, getting used to this setup. The delivery of the throw isn't the same every time, and that's so important.
Game
Jack
shot
Drayton.
first day. Jack Drayton.
Starts the job. Maybe a little bit slower than he had hoped, but
Second leg
nonetheless,
is Jack to throw
notches
first.
himself in front
Game
and gets
on.
that leg on the board.
Yeah, I just wonder how many darts he's going to get at double today. Yesterday it was 61. If you have more than 50 darts at a double in a daily campaign,
140.
it's not brilliant because it means you're getting a lot of chances, and the most amount of legs you can win is
24.
20. So anything past 50 darts at double, it means that you've missed too many darts. But if you're over 60,
57.
and in some cases we have seen some people over 70 for the day, that means you're doing something right. It means you're getting a lot of opportunities. But not every time
100.
are you going to take that shot out after having missed a bucket full of darts like leg one.
Well, Jack Drayton's had 8 shots at double in the opening leg.
180.
And he has a maximum as well. And has taken real control of this second.
I think Huntley's having a very similar start to yesterday. The inconsistencies were there to
121.
see.
Jack, you require 124.
He's up against an opponent that is very sharp and ready.
And can't afford it.
92.
This is interesting. He is a tops guy, but he's left 32 in the first 2 legs. We will monitor over the course of the day
80.
as to whether
Jack,
this
you
is a
require
plan or whether it's
32.
just a little bit of serendipity at the start.
We saw it a couple of times yesterday in games 3 and 4, didn't we? That he didn't have joy as much as he'd have liked maybe on top. So he switched to that left side of the board at the
16.
bottom for the 8s, for the 16s.
It's not as if he's missing the doubles by much. He's missing it right on the wire or slightly away from the wire by maybe 2 millimeters.
Jack, you require 16.
Can't afford to miss again.
Game
Which he
shot
doesn't
second
first dart.
leg, Jack
I just wonder,
Drayton.
Paul, even if you are winning legs, which is the
Third
most
leg is
important thing to
Michael
do,
to throw first. Game
when
on.
you are missing so many shots at a double, does that still get in your head?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. You could be 9-0 up
100.
in a first to 10 race game. But if you're about 25% on your doubles, you know it. You don't even need to know the stats. You can
44.
feel it. Dart players are very glass half empty most of the time. They're always about what they haven't done as opposed to what they have done.
140.
This is really good in response.
177.
Exceptional.
And it really counters out the work that Michael Huntley had just done before, because it had been an exceptional start to the leg from Mike.
100.
It's been a good leg in terms of standard all round from both players here.
You might be surprised to hear that these two
134.
players
Michael, you require 161.
were in the bottom half of the doubling percentages yesterday. Huntley, 27% for the day.
36. Jack, you
Drayton,
require
28% for the day.
146.
Well, Drayton's not going to leave 32 from this visit.
It's not the visit that Huntley would have needed from the last one.
99. Michael, you require 125.
Drayton does punish it to a degree. If this can't be taken out.
105. Jack, you require
And the dart
47.
goes in at a weird angle again, and it might be something that we mention a number of times today with Mike Huntley, because that setup is crucial, getting used to those darts, and you're only going to get used to them by playing more matches, but how many of them
Game
can you
shot in third
afford
leg, Jack Drayton.
to lose?
Now, that's the
Well, there
ultimate
is
punishment,
Jack to
and we've
throw
just had our
first.
question
Game up.
answered, Trent. If he can leave tops, he will. Not that he hit it, but just like yesterday, the double 10 was an ally.
61.
Yeah, penny for the thoughts of Huntley, though. Averaging mid-80s, which is pretty much where he was yesterday. I don't think he played that badly on Monday. I really don't.
100.
But if he can iron out the inconsistency with the angle of attack and the feel of the dart in his hand, maybe there's another level that the week 1 champion from the previous series can
140.
find. But if he's making the mistakes that he's making in this game against someone like Drayton, he's not going to win. Unless he does that for about the next 10 minutes.
He, of course, only won one of his games, but 2 of the other ones in them defeats went to last leg deciders. So it was a flip of a coin,
140.
really, for Huntley. But he does find himself on the end at the moment of what's looking like a heavy defeat against Jack
100.
Drayton, who
Jack, you require
continues to surge
160.
forward in Group A. What a way to finish this would be. There's one. Second goes awry. Setup crucial, though, nonetheless.
100. Michael, you require 121.
You do get the feeling that Huntley is going to have to hit this. He missed the 1-2-5 on tops. Bull.
96.
That was super close. But
Jack,
that might
you
be the last
require
dart he throws in this
60.
game.
Jack Drayton to round out his first game on Tuesday morning in style. Which he
Game
does.
shot.
Tops
And a
again
match,
for
Jack
Drayton. A target he
Drayton.
loves. And a scoreline that he'll love too. 4-0 victory to start proceedings today. The salute, the smile. And who can blame him? Averaging over 91. Lots of shots at the outer ring. But crucially, a 4-0 victory to start the day over Michael Huntley. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series here on Pluto TV. The opening game for these two on Tuesday morning, Bury Vampire. An interesting matchup this one. George Cressy part of that crop that are trying to jump into the top of the group. Bury Vampire, one of those that's setting the pace with Jack Drayton. It feels an important game for these two as to where their weeks are going to go in Group A. George Cressy's second appearance here on the live lounge stage, and he's a good showing here on his second one. Man from Maidstone, doing some great stuff on the ADC circuit in all the vaults, winning lots of games of darts, won 3 of them yesterday as well. But this one would feel important to him against Bury Vampire.
Very much so. Because if Cressy doesn't get the victory, he's going to be 4 points behind 2 people at the top of the table. This is where things start to change. Things can bunch up a bit on Monday because you've only played 5 games each. But as you start playing more games, there are more permutations. So if Cressy wins, he goes to 8 points in the table, and they'd both be 2 points behind Jack Drayton, who is now on 10.
To throw first.
Drayton has improved his leg difference by the maximum amount in the first round by winning 4 legs to 0. And he's compounded the pain of Michael Huntley, who is rooted at the bottom of the table with Zvonimir Lesic. Just one more thing on that first Drayton performance as well. It's remarkably similar to what he did yesterday. Average 91. 4 out of 15 on the doubles today as opposed to 4 out of 19
100.
yesterday. And in both games, in the first round, over the last 2 mornings, Jack Drayton's best finish was 60.
90.
So we know what kind of level we're going to get tomorrow morning from Drayton. It's going to be about a 91 average. He's going to win the game, and he's going to have a small finish to end things off.
140.
I think one of the biggest questions coming into Tuesday is how many 180s is Bury Vampire going to find? Because yesterday he was the chairman of the maximums.
Found 11 yesterday, which is... We were waxing lyrical about that number. Averaging over 2 a game. It's elite stuff in a race to 4. And just right on cue, Bury Vampire finds the maximum.
Yeah, it's not bad timing to get one as well, if indeed he gets a shot, because Cressy's got the bull for a 12-dart start.
96. Bury, you require 78.
Good start from both players. One more at double 12.
66.
He'll have to switch across to 6 now if he gets the chance, because Nathan Cressy's been right on his coattails in this opening leg. He'll be relieved to see that go.
George Cressy.
Wasn't too impressed with the placement of that
Second
double 8
George
shot, but
throw first. Game on.
does take the leg. Cressy fires himself into the lead.
I think you should be very impressed with the way he doubled yesterday. Cressy was 39% for the day, which is very acceptable. In fact, Vampire was only 2% behind him. But curiously, Bury had 13 more darts at a double, and that's where the maximums come in. You get 11 maximums in a day, expect to get more darts at double than some people are trying to chase you down.
57.
Well, this, for me, was the best game of yesterday. It was 4-3 to Vampire, averaging over 101. Cressy lost with 92 and a half.
98.
It was a proper game of darts. That 10 plus average from Vampire was the only one we saw yesterday, but I get the feeling it's not going to be the only one of the
140.
week.
Bury wins this opening game here against George. Opens up a 4-point gap to those 2 closest challenges in Ryan Branley and George Cressy. After Branley's opening defeat and what would be a Bury win here 59. If you can see it through.
It's a brilliant point, Trent, because Branley plays Cressy in the next round. So if Cressy doesn't make here while the
96.
sun is shining
Georgia
outside
require
here,
145.
and he doesn't beat Ryan Branley in the next round, he's in real bother. It was a chance. Van Peer now knows
104. Berry, you
that he has a
require
chance
82.
himself to equalise after having 2 darts at double in the previous leg. This time it's just 1 at the bolt.
57. Georgia require 41.
Outside of the ball, so Cressy does come back. Down for the double 16.
Game shot in
And
the
it
second
goes,
leg.
George Cressy.
George Cressy.
Puts a bit of space and a bit of a buffer between the
Third
pair.
leg is Berry to throw first. Game up.
I like what George is doing with his image at this stage because he's an amateur player. He's only just starting to
96.
turn heads. He's not one of those players who comes in with the image first and then the talent second. He's got the plain black shirt. He's staying true to himself and he's just got his name on the back of it.
100.
He's going to let the image side of this sport come to him gradually. That's the right way to do it.
100.
You can be all talk and no talent, but you're better off having all talent and no talk, but the talk will come.
57.
He's one of a few players that people have got their eye on now. Because of what he's done here before, whatever he's doing on the ADC circuit has got people's attention.
145.
And I think his inclusion in Series 15 was pretty much assured by how he played on this stage the last time he was here.
81.
Yeah, on your point
Berry
on the
require
shirt, there
160.
couldn't be a shirt with less on it, in truth. But you don't win games of darts through the things on your shirt, else Michael Huntley would be top of the group.
88.
Absolutely right. Well, he's going to have to move now. And I love that he moved on dart 2. That tells me something
57.
about
Berry
him.
requires 72.
He didn't even entertain the idea of leaving 163. That's a good dart.
64.
He'll be back for double 4, which gave Cressy the first leg of the contest.
Can Cressy put maximum pressure on that double 4 here, though? Answer's no.
85. Berry, you require
That was a
8.
wicked deflection on dart 2, wasn't it?
Game
That's
shot
a
in the third
perfect dart.
leg. Berry Van
And
Peer.
Van Peer gets his first leg of the day.
Fourth leg is George to throw first. Game up.
That was a particularly upper-class way of drinking your water, Berry. Little finger out and everything. It's like he's at a posh London hotel having cream tea.
140.
It's always the pinky finger with the drinking.
Yeah, another good game.
100.
Both averaging over 90. And that's what we're seeing from the vast majority of players in this first round. We know that Lesic and Branley came down a peg in the last leg of their contest.
96.
But both Huntley and Drayton averaged over 90. Great standard.
Quite rightly, great standard between
125.
all the games we've seen so far. We've already seen Zvonimir Lesic win his first game this morning on the Super Series stage. We've already seen
47.
Jack Drayton continue a winning start to Group A. Who blinks first in this one?
140.
Yeah, never say that when former Modus Super Series player Richard Veenstra is around. Never say who blinks first because Richard never blinks.
140. Berry require
Yeah,
136.
big moment now. If Van Peer can dig deep. He had to dig deeper than that. He's going to leave tops.
96.
Cressy's
Georgia
got a chance to get that
requires
two-leg
78.
cushion back.
And a great chance of it now.
Game shot in the fourth leg.
And that could have been a
George
turning point
Cressy.
in this game. A really, really important dart because if
The
Berry
leg is
comes
Berry
back for
to throw
tops and
first.
levels the
Game
game
up.
from 2-0 down, the momentum shifts. But now Cressy just wrestles back that control and goes within a leg of the match.
100.
Let's just add as well that George Cressy is doing this against a Berry Van Peer who's averaging
57.
just under 100 in this match.
54.
I did a little bit of digging into George's surname yesterday. I did iterate towards the end of yesterday's show that the surname Cressy is quite unusual.
134.
And where he's from in southeast England, there's a lot of names that are Anglo-Saxon. They've got something to do with the Battle of Hastings from 1066. Well, that's actually where the name Cressy comes
44.
from. It's a cross of English and northern France. So his name is directly correlated to something that happened about 1,000 years ago.
60.
I love stuff like that.
I love your digging.
Oh, this is really good from Van Peer.
95.
But he needed the extra treble to get to a finish first. And he needs to get to the finishes first for the rest of this game, otherwise he's going to lose it.
Things like this don't help when your opponent's eyeing a max.
140.
Position of those first two darts in the treble bed just made it a little bit awkward for that third. Cressy will come back
Georgia require
for
110.
110 checkout, which we've seen quite a little bit over these last couple of days from various players.
Yeah, 3 times we've seen it. It's not going to be a fourth just yet.
94.
But he pitches his
Berry
tent.
require 108.
And if Van Peer does not find 108, Cressy could indeed make this group look very, very interesting.
92.
They could be
Georgia
Barry
require
Van Peer's
16.
last darts of this match as Cressy looks to open the day in style. He's looking at double 4 for the match.
8.
It doesn't go, and
Berry
it gives Van Peer
require
a chance
16.
to bring himself right back into this pool.
Can you afford to give a bionic dart player a
Game shot
lifeline?
the fifth egg. Barry Van Peer.
We're about to find out.
Sixth leg is George to throw first.
That's really interesting.
on.
Cressy thought it was 3-3 because he was giving it the fist bump there, and Van Peer said, no, it's only 3-2, but he said, oh, we'll have a fist bump anyway.
It's interestingly
134.
psychologically where Cressy is with that.
So maybe he thought that the darts he had there were to win 4-3.
100.
Oh, sorry, 4-2 instead of 4-1. So his head's in the shed. He's not the only person who's ever been through that. Remember Joe Mernon at the PDC World Championship? He thought he'd beaten Andy Hamilton 5-4 in the last set when in fact he needed to win by 6 legs to 4. And Andy Hamilton didn't give him the fist bump or the handshake. He says, there's actually still another leg to play. Or 2.
One of them moments where Joe just probably wanted the floor to just open up
Oh, yeah.
64.
and fall out underneath him.
There's nothing worse than celebrating a double that you think is in, which isn't.
85.
Or maybe celebrating the fact that you've won a leg when you haven't because you've miscounted. Well, Cressy leaves himself on a bogey number, but he is very well positioned now
137.
to eventually get this game won. Look at the response. 32 after 12.
99. Georgia
And there's very
required
little Van Peer
32.
can do about this.
It's been a fantastic response from Cressy, and you fully expect this to go.
No score.
But it doesn't.
Berry require 160.
Cressy with a confused face, and Van Peer could take a real steal of this leg, but it's going to take a blockbuster check out of 160. So no hope of it on this
100.
visit. We'll come back
Georgia required
for 60 if
32.
Cressy can't mop it up at the second time of asking. Looking at double 16. And it
shot.
goes this
And
time.
there's
George
George
Cressy
Cressy.
opens up Tuesday morning with a 4-2 victory over Berry Van Peer and makes Group A also more interesting now. Averaging just shy of 90, but positive on the outer ring. Cressy with his 4th win of the group.
Hello and welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we have completed our first round of action here on Tuesday morning, and it's gone rather well for these two. A win for Lesic, his first win of the group in his debut week, but Jack Drayton off to a very familiar start, averaging 91. But the standard's been really good today. The majority of players averaging either over 90 or very close to it, including George Cressy, who has just recently, before the break, won by 4-2 against a very spirited Barry Van Peer. So Cressy and Drayton, both winning in the first round. They now put pressure on the chasing pack. It'll be really, really interesting to see how Lesic plays in this game off the back of his first victory.
Is Jack to throw first.
So here we go.
Game on.
The Croatian's got to beat Drayton when he's got the darts. And when he's got the confidence as well.
Yeah, interesting start to the day for Zvonimir Lesic, isn't it? To play against these two young guns in Branley and Drayton. He's got the upper hand on Branley. If he could do a number on Drayton, then wow.
25.
His fortunes very much shift.
140. $100.
I get the feeling Jack is in the mood today.
140.
It's almost as if yesterday he was feeling the place out. He's feeling out the opponents. Today, he just looks like he's ready to take people out.
85.
Feels
Jack
harsh
Nicole,
to ask for an
121.
extra level from him when he's topping the group, but it's when you know it's there, and it looks like we could well see that today, Paul.
Well, not to let anybody
65.
into much of a secret, but when Jack was very close to our commentary box this morning, he did say one thing to us.
79. Jack
And it
require
was,
56.
I want those 2 days off. So that is his motivation. Not just to make Saturday, but to get the days off to be fresh for Saturday. And he's doing a wonderful job so far.
Drayton.
He's won 5 straight legs on Tuesday morning,
Second leg
and
is
he is on
Zvonimir
it.
to throw first. Game on.
We know how big confidence can be in darts, and it seems like he uses it. When you're up there
85.
and you're losing legs and you still look so confident. The confidence comes with winning matches and winning legs and winning tournaments, which he does in abundance. But when his back's against the wall and he's losing, he
100.
still walks up with the same demeanour, the same shoulder stride. He's not throwing his arms around at the back of the stage and looks as though he wants to turn things back around. And that can be a tough man to beat.
I think
95.
that mentality might come from his golfing days. Because if you're a scratch golfer like Jack is, you've got to have the attitude of, if I have a bad hole, I can't let that infect
45.
the rest of my round. You've got to be able to brush it aside on the next tee box. And I think he's able to do that. And the fact that he's only got the darts
60.
twice today as opposed to 3 times yesterday, it doesn't mean as much anymore because his first game today, he broke the throw.
134.
Well, there'll be a Champions edition of Tungsten Talk with Jack Drayton, and he spoke a little bit more about that golf side of things and how he uses it before as
86.
something that he genuinely thought he could get into before noticing how much he loved his darts and how well things were going, but now actually sees it as that relaxation mode, as to switch off. And
120.
interesting third dart that just pins up and holds it between the two of them.
He's seeing the funny side of that one. He didn't get any points for it, but that's what they call a hat stand in the Netherlands.
59. Jack, you require 102.
Which means we should call it that as well. He's back in the 60 already. And this time it's double 16.
James
Fascinating.
on the second leg.
Some
Jack
plus check out in a
Drayton.
2-0 lead. He is not putting a foot wrong.
Third leg is Jack to throw first. Game on.
And there's been a real difference between the quality of these two pair in this one so far, and that's not to really put down Zvonimir Lesic, but
60.
the standard in which Jack Drayton is showing us right now is magnificent.
you can get some disparities
83.
between averages in a game, and you can survive it. 24 points? Highly unlikely.
131.
One thing I was impressed with from a couple of players yesterday was how tight their range was from best performance to worst. I'm referring to George Cressy and Ryan Brandley.
60.
9.5 points between best and worst yesterday. That's very, very good. The only reason you want your range to be bigger than that is if you put in a big performance.
140.
Kind of like this. But even Jack Drayton yesterday, his range,
40.
it wasn't
Jack
that
York,
big.
170.
And look what he's left.
$98.
It's so funny that yesterday Drayton's worst performance came in this fixture.
100.
80 average.
Jack York,
It was still good enough to
72.
win 4-2. But maybe Lesic is just getting Drayton at exactly the wrong time. He's not leaving tops. He's not leaving anything.
35.
In fact, he's missed twice. And he's left one of the most peculiar finishes you'll ever see in a dartboard in this format.
But he saw the footy side of it, and I think you have to. Fortunately for Jack, his opponents not putting the
94.
pressure on
Jack, you require
in this leg.
37.
That last start does save that visit for Lesic, but Drayton here goes for the double 18.
One.
I love it.
Zvonimir,
I
you
love the
require
flexibility. I love the
124.
fact that he's using different parts of the board. But does he come back? Question mark. What? Really? What on
Game
earth
shot
was
third
that?
leg, Zvonimir Lesic.
That'll get Jack Drayton's attention. This guy doesn't like to leave the ball.
Zvonimir to throw first. Game up.
Look at Drayton in the background as if to say, what on earth are you doing? I've seen some
78.
crazy, crazy behaviour on a dartboard, but my word, that is severely out of the ordinary. Not to go 14 bull when someone's on 36.
96.
Well, make any means around it, though. A 1-2-4 checkout at that stage of the game, though, was still very impressive from Lesic. We know he goes different routes, and it's unconventional.
83.
But we can't take anything away from the finish under pressure there, and,
You
and to
can't.
just steal away that lead.
But it emphasises the very
58.
famous saying in sport that if you do that and you hit it, you look like a genius. If you don't hit it, you look like a fool.
100.
And he's done both of them over the last couple of days. There's been stages where he's looked a bit of a fool and giving himself very little chance in the leg for the route. And then there's been times,
123.
just like those ones, where he ends up playing off like a genius.
Yeah, and weirdly, it might change the game.
It's been a mixed bag, but it's been an exciting
41.
one. A black bag that you dip your hand into and you do not know what you're going to get from Zvonimir Lesic.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
93.
Lesic's form of pick and mix is, oh, bit of licorice. Oh, jelly bean. Oh, full-size crab.
I won't be happy with any of those, to be
99.
honest.
Jack, you require 131.
Maybe the jelly bean.
This is going to be a leave.
60 left.
Just go nice and high with this dart. That'll do.
91.
Nice and
Zvonimir,
safe.
you
But
require 100.
over to you, Zvonimir. What's your next concerto?
Surely only one route.
$44. Jack, you require 40.
Opportunity missed for Zvonimir to draw level. And Jack Drayton loves this target.
Game shot on the fourth
And he
leg,
shows
Jack
just
Drayton.
why.
Fifth
And
leg is
after
Jack to throw first.
Not a wobble,
Game
but
up.
a potential scare in this game against Zvonimir Lesic. Jack Drayton restores the two-leg buffer, moves within one of the match.
I don't know if you've noticed this,
134.
Trent, but after 1.67 games today, he's already better on tops. Yesterday, in the early
45.
hauntings of Group A, He wasn't very good on tops yesterday. He left double 10 a lot, but already here on day 2, he's better
60.
on his preferred double of choice. That is encouraging.
And I like his board management. It's clear that Jack Drayton loves the tops, but he's not afraid to leave the double 16. We showed just then, instead of him hitting the 5 for the double 16, he also doesn't mind going for the double 18. He has a range of targets that he knows he can finish legs on.
Yeah, and I think that also comes from his golfing
99.
background. There's not one club in the bag, there's 14. That's the most you're about to take in a competition, if you didn't know. So he can use the driver, he can use the lob wedge, the putter, the 4-iron. There are different shots that he's willing to leave if indeed he needs them. This is the driver.
100.
And that one is a 300-yarder.
It means that I've got 14 different ways of scooping the ball into the water or into the trees.
58. Jack, you require 28.
Job
Game
done
shot.
for Jack Drayton in his second match of the morning. And he's making real positive headway in Group A. 4 wins from 5 yesterday, 2 from 2 today. Jack Drayton is the man to beat here in week 2 at the moment. He beats Zonomir Lesic by 4 legs to 1. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Group A action continues here. As Ryan Branley, not the start of the day that he'll have been after whatsoever. One of the favourites for the group and a real interesting prospect for the week. There's still a lot of darts to be played, but he lost against bottom place Zvonimir Lesic in the opener of today's play, and now comes up against a man in George Cressy who's been playing some impressive darts this week and is keeping tabs on Berry Van Peer. In fact, he's above Berry Van Peer and Jack Drayton too.
Yeah, I think the responsibility in this round
Ryan to throw
is on
first.
Cressy and on Van Peer to try and keep pace with Drayton, who is just blowing the opposition out of the water. 2 games, 2 wins, 2 averages comfortably over 90.
96.
He is the man to catch. But now that Cressy has taken out Van Peer by 4 legs to 2, if he can take out Branley, he'll be the closest challenger, with Van Peer having that game in hand against Michael Huntley next.
Well, if you're Jack Drayton here after winning those first 2 matches in great fashion and impressive performances, and I know as players you don't always look at tables, but if he does take a glance and sees the position that he's in, I'm sure he'll probably be looking at Ryan Branley here, because if Branley wins this game, he's got a 4-point gap at the top.
Yeah, there are fixtures
60.
where it'll work better for you. It's not the end of the world, no matter what happens here for Drayton. However, if Branley does join Van Peer and Cressy on 8 points,
180.
it's a little bit better for him.
To leave a ton as well after 9. I think the only thing in darts you can do is do your own job.
60.
The rest
Georgia
of it
require 100.
transpires the way it transpires. But if you do your own job and keep on winning, then it all looks after itself. And at the minute, that's what Jack's doing.
90.
That was a very spirited effort from Cressy. But he's got a problem on his hands now. If he doesn't hit double 5 with his first dart,
44.
and he goes slightly high, he's going to cover it.
10.
Branley's confident self up on stage.
Game shot on the first day.
As
George
sharp
Cressy.
today. I think when he gets it down towards a finish and that
Second
setup,
leg is George to throw
he's straying
first.
into the
Game
singles quite often and not leaving himself to have a shot at the outer ring.
In times gone by, we've seen Branley have
100.
incredible groups Monday to Friday. His debut week, when he was a child, was not a surprise to many because we know the talent he's got.
95.
But in the past, we've seen people have great groups Monday to Friday and not get over the line on Saturdays. So maybe this week could be a process of discovery for Ryan.
100.
To figure out what he needs to do, not only just to make Saturday, but to actually win. It could be figuring out which exact kit he needs.
56.
How he needs to think. But in order to go through this journey, because he's come down to Portsmouth without an entourage, I'm sure he's got somebody with him.
60.
But the next few days are going to be crucial as to how he moves on from here. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say that his development to a form is sparkling, because it isn't. It hasn't been a
41.
good month or 2 for Ryan. But what he can do this week is figure some stuff out.
$100.
And if he loses this game, he might be given the gift of experimentation because he might be cut adrift a little bit.
And I wonder if that experimentation will see us looking at a different set of darts again by the end of today.
Georgia require 141.
He's already changed his rhythm this year, I think for the better. But in the scoring stakes, he just can't catch George.
87.
And that draws a lot of positives out of George because he has shown us some great stuff.
140.
And
Georgia
into today as well.
54.
These were the 2 that we mentioned at the top of the show that could really forge a challenge. And at the minute, George Cressy.
44. Ryan, you require 70.
has had the brightest start out of these two. But Ryan Branley looking to break back.
Game
Which
shot
he
the
does
second leg. Ryan Bradley.
Branley levels the game at 1-1.
Third leg is
Breaking
Ryan
a break to
throw
start
first.
this match.
Game on. $60.
If you look back just a couple of years to when Ryan was representing England at Junior Darts Corporation level,
93.
the team is ridiculous. And he was the best player in the team at the time.
180.
Doing things like that. Jack Nankervis, Archie Self, who is a weekly winner here now. Don't forget that he was in that team with Kieran
98.
Thompson as well. They had medals around their neck, all looking like kids, but all playing beyond their years.
100.
Honestly, the junior game, it is terrifying how much it's come on over the last 2 or 3 seasons.
140. Ryan
Look at the
Ducal,
landscape of darts
161.
now as well. The best players in the world are young. The best 2 players in the world are super young.
Absolutely.
121.
And isn't it
Georgia
great?
Paul, 170.
I think the average age of the top 2 in the world is 22. Well, he's not going to get a shot at the bull.
98.
But
Ryan,
after
you
losing the
require
first leg,
40.
Branley seems to have turned this around a little bit. This is his best scoring leg since the first leg of the day. That one has shot out of the cannon.
20.
That's going to
Georgia
annoy him.
requires 72.
I think that second dart knocked his confidence. He's dragged them darts back out the board. And Cressy
Game shot
makes
the
him
third
pay
leg.
for that.
George Cressy.
Break in this match.
Fourth leg is George to throw first.
Nobody wants to win on their
Game
front.
on.
Not yet. As Cressy does here, he's in a big time position. And just one thing on the junior game, it's not just the boys.
85.
Look at the girls. There's more girls playing at junior level than ever. And recently there was a game on the Winter Garden stage between Becca Allen and Macy Gibbons. It was an amazing game of darts. And we're starting to see the work
140.
of local academies who often visit here to the Live Lounge on Saturday nights. The work they're doing is incredible.
There's always
85.
talk of what Luke Littler's done on the men's side of things for young players getting into the game. But when you switch that round and look at the... I'm going to name drop one. There's plenty of amazing female players out there. But young Bo Greaves, the running streak that she went on, the title she's won, the work she's done, what she's doing for darts on the women's side of things as well. Of course, Fallon Sherrick, a regular on the Modus
Georgia
Super Series stage.
96.
Queen of the Palace. A big prominent figure on that side as well that's won plenty of titles.
56.
Well, Ryan, if you want to win this game, you probably have to hit this shot.
101.
If you don't and you go 3-1 down, you're going to have a blitz to win 4-3. Double 16.
69.
Big chance.
Georgia require 40.
Cressy now on tops to get that 2-leg cushion.
Game shot.
And it
the
is a
fourth
hold of
leg,
throw in
George
13.
Cressy. Fifth leg is Ryan to throw first. Game on.
Best leg of the match as well there from Cressy.
58.
13 darts.
Now look at that breakdown as well. His winning legs, 43 darts for 3 legs. That's about 105.
121.
I think we're starting to see the kind of quality that George can bring. Not just only to the Modus Super Series, but potentially to the amateur circuit in its entirety.
97.
You referenced it yesterday, Trent. The amount of results that he's getting in his local area between East London and
16.
Dover in southeast Kent on the English coastline. He's going everywhere and having success. And take it from me, players in that region of England,
140.
there are lots of good ones.
And players in that region, when they see that they're on the same side of the draw or they're coming up against George Cressy, will be fearful. They won't want to play him. It's now about transferring that
100.
into the bigger tournaments and being that player that they also don't want to face.
Oh, absolutely. When he goes to a local open or an ADC Vault event, he walks in the building and they're probably saying, he's
60.
the guy that's got to be beaten if I'm going to win this. He's the favourite. If I'm going to win this, I'm going to have to go through him.
100.
It's nice to
Ryan,
have
you
that
require
tag.
146.
He could get a match dart if indeed he finds the treble that he needs in his next visit, which is guaranteed.
17.
And this has been
George, you require
disappointing
120.
from Ryan's perspective. You can see how disappointed he is in himself as well. Looks quite laboured up there. Shake of the head.
100.
The treble was amazing. He cushioned that treble 20
Ryan, you
in
require
so perfectly.
129.
But he's going to get more match darts if Branley can't take this out. One route left. And he can't get to the bull, so Cressy
59.
has a chance
Georgia required
to
20.
cause a bit of a headache for Berry Van Peer.
Game
And he
shot.
does. George
And the
Cressy.
George Cressy.
2 wins from 2. Sweeping aside Ryan Branley to move himself on to 10 points in Group A. It's looking pretty positive for him right now on his second Modus Super Series appearance.
Welcome back, folks. Pluto TV and its constant coverage of the Modus Super Series. You love your Tuesday darts, don't you? We're going to be done by about 2:30 this afternoon because this action is rattling along at a very swift pace. And if you're George Cressy, or indeed tabletopper Jack Drayton right now, you are very, very happy with your day's work so far.
First leg is Michael.
So in the
to
previous
first.
match and the one before
Gamer.
that, we were talking about the positives of Tuesday so far, but there is a negative side. And in that, we have to refer to these two because both started with a defeat.
60.
Van Peer lost to Cressy by 4-2, and Huntley didn't get a leg against Jack Drayton.
85.
But this is such an important game. Well, of course, for both players, but in the context of trying to push for top of the group, Barry Van Peer needs to win this
140.
match. Especially with the fact that Drayton and Cressy have flown so quickly out the blocks today.
100.
In a weird sort of way, I know it hasn't been the best start for Berry, but as long as he wins this game, nothing much has changed.
140.
He'd still be 2 points behind Jack Drayton. He was even with him on 8 points at the start of the day, so he
140.
will have
Michael, you require
regressed a little bit, but
161.
still within touching distance.
129.
Well, that's really good from Huntley. Is today going to be the same as yesterday, where he starts finding his feel in the middle of the schedule?
What's the mindset if
100.
you're
Michael, you require
Michael Huntley,
32.
when you've not really been in that conversation for the top of the group, but you're sort of bumbling along in the second day? How do you approach it?
28.
I think bumbling is a really
Barry,
good
you
word because
require
right
76.
now he's bumbling at the fact that he's just missed 3 darts at double. Oh, there's your
Games on the
receipt.
first leg, Barry Van Peer.
Huntley's pain's just been compounded.
Second leg is Barry to throw first. Game
Some
on.
dart players, all they want to do is find a punching bag in moments like that, and the only thing they can do is go and get a sip of water. But you're right.
135.
Yesterday could have been so much better than 2 points for Michael. The fact that it was 2 points, and he started with a defeat, he'll think, at this early stage of Group A,
140.
okay, so what time have I got to get up on Thursday now? Is it going to have to be 9 o'clock for a start at 1 o'clock?
81.
Or can I possibly make the top 3? Well, if he loses this game, it's highly unlikely it's going to be the top 3.
140.
Because even in round 2 on Tuesday, if he loses this match, he's going to be 8 points away from third position.
99.
To his credit, though, he really has punched back. 9 darts thrown, 41 left, proper leg.
140.
He could and should have
Michael,
won the
you
opening
require
leg.
41.
And he's in prime position to win this one. So he's been there or thereabouts, but
9.
it doesn't matter if you can't get it over the line. Michael Huntley.
Barry, you require 46.
Double 16.
14.
He hasn't done it this time.
Michael, you
That was a big
require
chance for Barry.
32.
Huntley's not licking his wounds this time. He's hoping he isn't at the end of leg 2.
Game shot on the second leg, Michael Huntley.
I love a dart player reaction. It's only leg 2 of round 2, and he's already flailing the arms around like an inflatable tube man.
Third leg is Michael to throw first.
Really expected that to go from Barry Van Peer. He was
Game
the
on.
only player yesterday to go 100% on his doubles in one of his games. And he went 3 out of 4 in one of the other ones as well. And I'll go back to one of the comments that you
60.
said yesterday, and that he was so smooth with his rhythm, which is something that's so good to see. And when he's on his doubling game,
60.
he's so effective. And at the end of yesterday's play, he was. So I expected that leg to go just then. But if he can find more of that mojo from the end of yesterday, then he's going to be dangerous.
140.
I agree with that. I'm going to take this a little step further, and I hope Barry doesn't take this the wrong way off the back of a maximum.
180.
I think he's got a bit of a darting black heart. And I think that's a really good thing. You might cast your mind back to his game with
100.
Cameron Menzies at the Grand Slam where he was in tears with his dartitis. And Cammy was in tears for very different reasons.
49.
That showed that Berry does have a heart. But on the hockey, he can be ruthless.
60.
And you have to be. If you're too compassionate, you're not going to make it.
140. Michael,
I
you
do
require
not see any
141.
compassion in that 140 at all.
$91. Berry, you require
Leaves
72.
himself looking at 72 here, Berry. Can we see some more of that effective finishing? Tops.
32.
Oh, it strays
Michael, you
above.
require 50.
So Huntley. Back here looking for double 16 to take the lead. Into the neighbours.
34. Berry, you require
Another dart
40.
that did not go to the board purely. And he
Game
pays
shot
the
third
penalty.
leg, Berry Van Peer.
Berry could be 3-0 up, but 2-1 he will take. And look at the body language of Huntley.
Full leg is Berry.
It's like
to
he's
throw
waiting in line
first.
for a
Game on.
certain type of pasty. And someone's just told him to run out.
He knew that he
60.
couldn't let Berry come back again there for tops. After he missed that dart and it strayed above, he couldn't give him the chance to come back to the board once again with 3 darts in hand at the double.
100.
I think that might be the reason why he had his arms crossed. 1 out of 9.
96.
Well, that's the difference, isn't it? Looking there to the left of the scoreboard, that checkout success.
121.
Still don't think Huntley's playing that badly, you know. I've seen plenty of
58.
Mike in weeks like this playing from Monday morning all the way through to Saturday night, and in some cases only to Friday afternoon. But I've seen him averaging in the 70s,
95.
in the very low 80s. He's playing better this week with inconsistencies.
59.
So if he can just iron those little wrinkles out, honestly, it's right there. I think it's a double-edged sword, isn't it? Because if you walk off the stage playing badly and losing, that's a double blow. But if you play well
140.
and are still losing games, yes, you're playing better, but it must be so frustrating that you're not getting over the line.
Yeah, I think it depends on the player. Some people,
105.
they can
Michael,
take a
you
loss if
require
they played well.
45.
Some people just can't take a loss. No, it's a
Game shot
lovely
the fourth
find.
leg, Michael Huntley.
So it is 2-2. He's scrapping with all of his might in this game.
Fifth leg is Michael to throw first. Game
Yet
on.
to have a game in this round go the distance. Both games have gone 4-1, but we did have a 7-leg game in our first
97.
contest of the day between Lesic and Branley. We might be going that deep again.
97.
Yeah, Huntley was swept aside in his opening game. Averaged over 90, but came up against a really on-fire Jack Drayton. He's picked up a couple of legs here, but he won't want to stop there.
140.
We were talking a little bit earlier about Michael's shirt. I take it you're a fan?
I am. I like how he's gone quite bold with it, and there's loads of stuff on there.
Yeah.
Thrown everything on.
It's only just
100.
come to my attention, looking at it now, that the tongue on the anime is Welsh. It would be somewhat
54.
ironic if the tongue on that anime is Welsh and he can't speak Welsh. I would assume that he can, considering which part of Wales he's
100.
from.
And you flagged yesterday about Barry Van Peer's shirt, the Superman-like
58.
BVP on the back,
Michael,
Yeah, I'm a big fan of that
104.
logo. It's simple and effective.
but so creative at the same time.
Yeah, show me a dart player from the Netherlands and Germany who doesn't actually have his own
38.
logo.
Barry, you require
It's like
152.
block one. I want to be a dart player. Give me a logo. Well, Huntley could grab a 3-2 lead here.
102.
He's averaging
Michael, you
96
require
and a half.
66.
This is by far and away his best performance of the week. But he needs to hit this tops.
Game shot on the fifth egg.
Something's
Michael
occurring.
Hudson. Sixth leg is Berry to throw first. Game on.
He's averaging in the mid-90s, having missed 9 darts at double.
145.
Scoring power has been exceptional from Michael Huntley across the whole day. I mean, you just look at the score lines and you'd think he's been whitewashed. He's not been in that game against Jack Drayton. Jack Drayton was very effective on the doubles. Huntley still averaged over 90 there. He's leading this game. He's averaging over 95.
I'll tell you how good this game is.
81.
In some cases, a game on a Tuesday morning / afternoon can be just a little bit under par. And that's where we reference what comes
60.
next. It's leg 6 of this game, and we haven't even mentioned that it's Cressy versus Drayton next. That's how good this game has been.
78. Berry require 156.
I get the feeling this game's going to have a 7th leg.
It's looking that way at the moment,
100.
especially after that last dart.
Oh, that was
100.
bold.
Berry,
He
you
could have
require
used the 25
56.
to get to the 2 darter, where Van Peer already sits.
Chases down to the double
Game
10
shot
and
sixth
makes no
leg,
mistake.
Berry Van Peer.
And we do go the distance for the second time this morning.
Seventh and final leg
Only
is
in the
Michael
first
to go
game.
First. Game up.
Between Lesich and Branley, but this game has warranted it. It's been a lively session this
125.
morning. There's been some good darts on display.
It's been good. Both players who are vying for their first win in this fixture
83.
lost with a 90-plus average in round 1. Van Peer, 93.55. Huntley, 91.1. Both are averaging over 90 here.
85.
It's
100.
good, but it could have been just a tiny bit better. If Huntley is chased down here, he might need 5 minutes.
81.
Because he's playing so much better than he did yesterday, and he might be potless after 2 rounds.
It's crucial with how he's played in a game like this that he picks up the points
94.
to warrant that performance.
Yeah, because he's got the darts. And he's got the darts 3 times today. He's got to make the most of that. He's already lost his throw in his first round
82.
match. He can't afford to do it again. If he stands any chance of getting to the top of the mountain by the end of tomorrow.
Oh, awkward placement on that second dart there.
17s or 14s.
57.
That's all he had
Michael
left.
Yoko, 128.
If Van Peer takes this out,
50.
Huntley will
Berry
hang his
Yoko,
head.
167.
It'd be remarkable. And it's not on. So Huntley will revisit the board, looking at
131. Michael
78
requires
for just his
78.
second win in Group A here. But his best performance of it, that's for sure. He'll get a dart at tops to do it.
38. Berry, you require 36.
And that might be that. Van Peer is not hesitating.
He's giving himself a little bit of time as he shuffles to the hockey. But he has 3 darts in hand. Could be awkward. But it's not in the end. It sneaks in off the wire for an important victory for Berry Van Peer. It feels very harsh on Michael Huntley, who performed very well there in a closely contested matchup. Berry Van Peer edges it out by 4 legs to 3. Group A of the Modus Super Series here on Pluto TV, and we've seen lots of exciting darts so far. The last one a decider, the opener a decider, lots of big checkouts in between all that, and it's been made for a real exciting group so far. And make sure we've got lots to come, but do not go anywhere because this next one is played out between Jack Drayton and George Cressy, the two front runners in this group that have been blowing away their opponents in as far as the legs go, and have both won their opening 2 matches of this group as well. And if the trend continues of the way that these two have been playing, this is going to be an interesting spectacle.
Yeah, I think so. Cressy might have one thing on his mind. It's not just winning 3 out of 3. It's getting revenge for yesterday, because Drayton found his best performance against Cressy. That was also in round number 3 yesterday. And Cressy didn't even get a leg. In fact, he only had 1 dart at double.
First leg is
If he wants
George
to win this one, he's got to get at
first.
least 4 darts at double.
Gamer.
But at least he's got the darts today.
Looks a game that's going to be played in good spirits. Lots of chatter and conversation going on between the pair before we get started.
43.
We're speaking to Jack Drayton earlier on before a dart was thrown, and he said that there's a real buzz in the players' back room, which I'm sure is
96.
is instrumental as players to feel as relaxed as you can. He said it's been a good vibe back there.
Sometimes it's nice to hear that, because it's not always the case.
180.
Sometimes there are players in there who maybe don't get along, and you just have to draw a metaphorical line down the middle and say, right, you go in that off and I'll go in this off. I think it must be really difficult on Lesich this
96.
week, because he's the only one who doesn't have English as a mother tongue. But the universal language of darts,
134.
that will be spoken well in this game. He should go to the bull now. 114 scored. Leaves 195. Yeah.
139. George Car 144.
Got that exactly right. And George does not get that one perfect.
128.
Giving Drayton a
Jack
free hit
Car
at this to break the
170.
throw.
What a breaker throw this would be. Is it on?
127.
I think in Jack speak that was a shank.
Georgia requires 16.
You can see the funny side of it. In fact, the stem on his dart was wobbling when it hit the board.
Game shot on the first egg. George Cressy.
Oh, George Cressy doesn't wobble. It's another 13 darter for him. Not his first of the day.
Second egg is Jack to throw first. Gamer.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a good game. Cressy's already won 2 games today.
60.
And curiously, he's won both of them against the throw. He only has the darts twice today. Against Drayton here and against Michael Huntley in game 14.
100.
He now has, after breaking the throw of 2 players, an excellent chance of being in the top 2, if not leading, by the end of Tuesday.
100.
But if he wants to be leading at the end of Tuesday, this is a game that he needs to win. But he's going the right way about it.
100.
Played some magnificent darts up on that stage, and he's continuing that.
$57.
I go back to the ADC circuit. Not about the wins, but the averages that he puts in on there. Blows opponents away with typical 90-plus averages.
57.
Which is a standard way above that.
Yeah, I think doing that in a local sense is one thing, but doing it here in front of the cameras, under the lights, against these people
140.
is another. And the one thing from yesterday that we saw was that he was quite consistent, averaging around about the 89 mark. And I paused at this time yesterday.
Jack, you require 144.
Can you find another level? I think he is.
Yes.
He's already put in his best performance of the week
44.
as George
Georgia requires 64.
against Branley, averaging nearly 96. This is just a little bit better than that so far.
Game shot in the second leg. George Cressy.
For George Cressy, this is brilliant.
Third
In a
leg is
high-pressure
George to throw
game
first.
against the
Game
front
up.
runner, he's seeing legs off in 5 visits or less, which is top stuff.
81.
Sometimes you see that treble 20 like it's the size of a dustbin. Some days it's the size of a chewing gum wrapper which has been turned sideways.
60.
But that's sport, isn't it? Not supposed to be easy, otherwise everybody would do it.
Well, Cressy's making it look easy at the moment.
140.
He is peppering that treble 20 segment.
85.
And perish the thought that Cressy might even do to Drayton what Drayton did to him yesterday in winning by 4 legs to 0. But let's say for just the next 15 seconds that happens. Cressy goes top of the table.
58.
And that might not be the worst result for Barry Van Peer. He's got Ryan Branley in game 9, the last game of this round. He wants Cressy to win this game to keep Drayton at 12.
If both of those things you've just mentioned happen, we've got 3 players on 12.
Georgia require 80.
Lots of fun to come. Double 10. Another 5-visit leg? Not
60.
at all, but it didn't need to be.
Now, the control that Cressy's having in the legs means that Drayton isn't on a finish, so he will stroll back to the
Georgia
board looking at double
20.
10 for a chance to put 3 legs between the pair and move within 1 of the match.
Game
Which
shot
he
in the third
does.
leg. George Cressy.
Routine.
Fourth leg is Jack to throw first. Game on.
Well, in the words of Spock, or should I say a word, fascinating. Because the only dart at double that
85.
Jack Drayton has had in this game was at the bullseye, and that was the shanked dart in leg 1 off the back of a 170 checkout. That's the only shot he's had.
A man that's had so many shots at doubles
100.
in pretty much every match we've seen in Group A has been limited to 1.
$100.
The least amount of darts at double he's had in a completed game so far this week, Drayton, is 7.
91.
He might just get the 1 dart here. We're yet to see anybody win from 3-0 down this week.
60.
And it's starting to look increasingly unlikely that it's going to happen in this game.
Well, a 1 treble visit was needed there from Cressy.
80.
Definitely after some points end up on the floor. But we're not seeing Drayton punish
96.
like he usually can.
Now, this is tricky because he's got to stay on the 20s. He's got to stay away from those flights.
60.
I think
Jack
that was the
require
best he could have hoped for,
160.
really, after dart 1. Is he going to get a chance to end the game with a 170? Maybe not.
140.
Or is it going to be
Georgia
2 darts
require
at double in the entire game for
170.
Drayton off the back of 170 and 160?
Well, Drayton will come back,
84.
but he can't
Jack
mess
require
around with it
20.
because Cressy is right there now. And
Game
he
shot
doesn't.
the fourth leg.
Drayton
Jack
gets a leg
Drayton.
on the board, and we'll hope that that could be a turning
Fifth
point,
leg
but he'll
is
need
George
to
to
win
throw
4
first.
successive
Game on.
legs to win this one on the whole.
I think in order for Cressy not to win this game,
96.
two things have got to happen now. Drayton's got to go up a level, and Cressy's got to come off the top.
85.
If anything, in leg 4, George did come down a peg. That's why Drayton did get that chance to get that first leg of the contest with 2 visits
96.
at double.
If Drayton can break Cressy here, though, that's when the anxiety might start creeping in a little bit, though. The nerves, the fact that he's won the last 2 and he's
140.
broken the throw.
You're right, because if you're 3-0 up in this format, your automatic feeling as a dart player is I'm going to win this game.
59.
If you keep saying that to yourself for about 4 minutes and take your eye off the ball, next thing you know, it's 3-3. And then your
41.
internal chatter changes. It's one of, oh, what if I lose this game? What have I done?
Oh, Jack Drayton didn't throw all too much jeopardy with his last visit of 41.
100.
And Cressy backs it up with a maximum to leave 70. Drayton needs one to follow, really.
That's Cressy's 3rd of the game.
65.
Trust me when I say
Georgia
this, he wants that to be his last
70.
one.
Double 8 for Cressy.
Game
A
shot.
brilliant
And a match,
performance.
George Cressy.
The draw level at the top with Jack Drayton. Both of these players are playing some great stuff, but it's Cressy that continues his brilliant start on day 2 of Group A. It's a 4-1 win against top of the table Jack Drayton. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, the Group A table. An interesting spectacle at the moment, and if Barry Van Peer wins his next game, we have 3 players on 12, but coming up now, Michael Huntley and Zvonimir Lesic, 2 players at the bottom with 2 points. So Group A, closely contested at the moment. Got 3 players firing away at the top, and these 2 looking to move themselves up, but Zvonimir Lesic got his first taste of victory here in Portsmouth earlier on in the opener against Ryan Branley. And Michael Huntley has been playing some great stuff, but not been able to get himself to 4 legs.
We've got different ways of communicating how well the guys have been doing today. But get a load of this one.
Game on.
Huntley is averaging 91 for the day and hasn't got a win. He was blitzed by Drayton in the round that we started with today. Simple as that. Huntley had 5 darts at double, didn't hit one. I think sometimes you can take a defeat like that. But the defeat he had at the end of round 2, 4-3 to Barry Van Peer, that was particularly hurtful.
140.
He left the stage quite abruptly, and I don't blame him. Because he threw everything at Berry, and he still didn't beat him. But if he takes that frustration back on the stage in this round 3 match, I think he'll lose again. I think it's imperative that Huntley gets a first victory
85.
in this group since he beat Lesic yesterday. I think him on 2 points right now, Trent, is very harsh. But
100.
darts is very definitive. It's either in or it's not. Fair
94.
to say that Lesic is getting off to one of those nice starts again.
We've seen that quite often, haven't we? There's been a couple of games where it looks like he's going to potentially
38.
steamroll forward.
Zvonimir, you require 82.
So that target of 4 legs, but he's just laboured and slowed down a little bit. But as far as the opening 2 legs of games go, he's always quite quick out the blocks.
Welcome to the latest
32.
chapter of Zvonimir does whatever he wants.
It's a very back-to-front approach on occasions. Well, I say on occasions, more often than not.
Yeah, someone's on 110. I'm not going to go 14
60.
bull with 64
Zvonimir
left
above
and 2
50.
darts. But 68 left, I am going to go 18 bull with somebody over 200.
Game shot in the first
He wins the leg.
Zvonimir
Well
Lesic.
done. But boy, oh boy, is this guy hard to figure out.
Second leg is Michael to throw first.
Trying to figure out what he's going to do next on checkouts is like trying to solve Leonardo da Vinci's knot with a blindfold on.
140.
I think he's brilliant. I love a player that just
140.
makes us giggle because their approach is different. It might not be correct, but different is good. And in the words of Bill Murray, anything that is different is good.
It's the analogies and the analysis throughout the game that I'm loving every time we have
85.
Lesic on the board as well. I'm waiting for the next analogy from you every time he steps up and goes into a different segment than we expect. And some of the faces that we've pulled.
It's just making me think. I think he's making everybody
24.
think. One thing we put on our social accounts yesterday was him trying to get 122 with treble 21st. It had everybody confused.
Who's the last player that's made you
100.
think this much on the microphone?
Boris Kritchmer.
And what do they have in common?
Well,
Both
they're both Croatian. I once saw Boris with 70 left go double 17, double 18 with 3 darts in hand.
165.
A 165 is a bogey number to finish, but it is a wonderful approach shot from Huntley.
100. Michael, you require 32.
We got
shot in the
Lesic
second
down
leg,
to within
Michael
touching
Huntley.
distance, but he won't get a stab at
Third
that
leg is
76
Zvonimir
because
to throw
Huntley
first. Game up.
sees off the 32 with 2 darts left in his hand.
60.
I've got to ask Michael Huntley what his skin regime is, by the way.
100.
Known the guy for a few years. He doesn't age. I mean, look at him. He's over 50. Comfortably. He doesn't look a day over 40.
100.
Must be that wonderful South Walian air that he breathes in every day.
85.
But we'll have to ask him if he can speak the Welsh based on what we said about his shirt earlier.
Like I say, if he's anything like Johnny Clayton, he can speak it very well.
45.
Do you know any Welsh words?
You asked me this yesterday and I embarrassed myself with my Croatian and Dutch. And I'm going to embarrass myself and say
99.
nothing with Welsh as well.
Diolch.
The thing with the Welsh accent is the letters that are next to each other does not work with my pronunciation.
140.
I look at the words and I'm scared before I say them.
Like the two L's. An M with a W.
85. Zvonimir, you require
We'll come back to that,
156.
because Lesic is coming back to the board. And he is going to leave it handy.
140.
Very handy.
Michael, you require
Great visit
132.
from Lesic, staying straight on the 20s, and he'll come back for double eight if Huntley doesn't see this off. Sarcastic nod of the head from Mike.
30.
I'd go so
Zvonimir,
far to
you
say that
require
was the face of
16.
disgust.
It certainly looked that way.
Game shot in the third leg.
Lesic
Zvonimir
moves himself
Lesic.
back in front.
Fourth leg is Michael to throw first.
I
Game
remember
on.
the first time I ever went to Wales. I went to the town of Mold in North Wales, and I asked someone who spoke Welsh, why at the top of every
57.
door does it say Alan? And she said, that means Allan, that means exit. Oh, okay.
125.
But that pales into comparison to a dart player that shall remain nameless, who said, I tell you what, in Germany, that town Ausfahrt is a very big place.
38.
I see it at every exit. Yeah, that means exit in German. Travel enough, see a few other languages. You might just have a few
100.
giggly stories. But I do not see a Welshman on the stage giggling right now. If anything, he's brimming with a little bit of anger.
Are you as far as on your way to fluent in any other languages?
140.
Know a bit of German. But fluent? Absolutely not. I think if I could be fluent in any language, it would be
100.
Japanese. Because then I could talk to all of those incredible Japanese dart players fluently. It might give me the power to convince some of them to come over here a
99.
bit more. We haven't seen any Japanese dart players for a little bit. We had Matsumo Sakai.
Well, something amazing that we've seen in the Japanese darting world.
140.
I'll let you
Michael,
take
you've
the
got
floor with it.
167.
After potentially what would be an amazing checkout for Michael Huntley.
Yeah, I get the feeling. Look at that face right there. He knows exactly what's happening here. His day's getting worse.
45.
And Lesic doesn't
Economy, you
care.
require 36.
He just wants to get a second win. Wonderful.
Game shot in the fourth
14
leg.
darter from the
Zvonimir
Croatian.
Lesic.
And he's playing a very, very, very good
Fifth leg
game
is
here.
Zvonimir to throw first. Game on.
He is averaging in the mid-90s for the first time this week.
85.
A varying set of averages today of 85, of 76, and now 90.
140.
And that's the level that he's found against his closest competitor in this group of Michael Huntley.
Why is everybody playing well against Mike then?
60.
That's probably what he's thinking. Drayton averaged 91 against him. Van Peer averaged 91 against him. And Lesic is averaging
140.
more than 91 against him. He's going to start taking this personally.
43.
We spoke again about Lesic potentially getting away from his opponents, which is shown. But he often got to 2 and not to 3. He's now one leg away from a
45.
second victory, but can't let it get too tight against Mike Huntley. Especially with the darts here. It's a leg that
133.
Huntley has controlled and continues to with visits like this.
Yeah, you don't want to go for the 20s there, Mike.
136.
Well thought out.
It's one of them things that actually first popped into my head. Could we see a 180
60.
bust on 180
Michael, you
here?
require 40.
No, I don't wish that on anybody on this stage.
Game shot in the
This
fifth
game
leg,
has another
Michael
13
Huntley.
darter. We are getting plenty of them today. The standard today has
Sixth
been
leg is
very
Michael to
impressive.
throw first.
What would be
Game on.
more impressive is if Huntley can win the last 2 legs to get this almost elusive win.
140.
I mentioned earlier in the game that something very interesting happened in Japan this weekend. Well, someone who has played here at the Modus Super Series,
60.
Haruki Muramatsu, the husband of Mikuru Suzuki Muramatsu. It's a bit of a tongue twister. He had a very rare occurrence
45.
on the Japan Pro Tour this weekend. He had a 12 darter in 7:01. 3 180s and a 161 on the bull to end it.
80.
An incredibly rare feat. Now, what Huntley would give for a 12 darter here and in the next leg.
Do you know what the best we've seen on a 1,001?
44.
I'm sure Bob Anderson did it in something like 24 darts.
100.
So I think that'd be a really good challenge for these players. Give them one leg, 1001. Who can get the best?
95.
We used to have a
Michael, you
bullseye
require
challenge here. That was very
76.
competitive. Oh, okay. It's all good, Mike. You've got another visit. And you didn't want that.
61.
It's just typical of his day. He can't get the ball when he wants it. He gets the ball when he doesn't want it. And now he's got that horrible looking
95.
15
Michael, you
just to
require
keep the match alive.
15.
Just catches the wire. The wrong
Game
side of it
shot
the
in
first
sixth
time,
leg,
the right
Michael Huntley.
with the final dart in hand, and we do go to a deciding
Seventh
leg, and it's
final leg is
Lesic with the
Vonnegut to
darts
throw
in hand,
first.
but
Game on.
in the knowledge that he's lost the last 2 legs.
But his only victory came by 4 legs to 3,
85.
so he does have something to draw on. Huntley will probably not be drawing on the last leg decider from his previous match.
100.
Just wondered if he'd maybe go down there with the way that that second dart placed, but
60.
I think we can confidently say at this juncture, because this is the middle match of the entire group, by the way,
100.
these two are going to be in Group C. Because to the credit of Cressy, Van Peer and Drayton, they have caused
40.
this almost tectonic shift between the top 3 and the bottom 3.
$83.
Oh, that could be damaging. He just wanted a little bit more.
But in the context of both people's
81.
days, the next game after this is one of the most important ones we'll see, because Ryan Branley finds himself on 6 points after a poor start to today, and Barry Van Peer on 10. So the shift
60.
in the points difference and that tectonic difference, as you mentioned, between 3rd and 4th would be massive if Van Peer came out on top in that one.
57.
But who's going to come out on top on this one?
Well, what was Lesic doing there?
Michael,
2,
you
3,
require
5. 2 single 20s
158.
and a 25 gets you to a finish. Why are you starting on 19s?
It's been a shocking leg from Lesic here. 5 visits and he's not on a finish.
58.
That could have been better. It could have been worse. This is going to the wire.
140.
And Huntley knows
Michael, you
he's in
require
that position
100.
again. If he hits this, he wins. If he doesn't, he probably loses.
He'll have 2 darts to do it, though. And he's going to take his time with it. 1 dart in hand.
80.
And he strays
Zvonimir, you
underneath.
require
What will Lesic
38.
go for here? Will he go direct? Will he split? He goes
shot.
direct and he
Another
wins the
match,
match.
Zvonimir
He
Lesic.
wins his second match at the Live Lounge. You can see the disdain from Mike Huntley. He looks disappointed as he waves his towel. As he moves to the bottom of the group. Lesic has 4 points now and edges out Mike Huntley by 4 legs to 3.
Jack, you require 120. Sorry, I said 120. Shanghai, were you doing what I think you were doing?
Yeah.
Are you going 3 tops? Who do you think you are? 3 tops on Shanghai. Have you lost your mind? No. Why would you do that?
One of my favourite ever players does it. Do you want to know who it is?
Go on then.
Him over there.
Yes, we can exclusively reveal that week 3 we will welcome José de Sousa of Portugal, who is famous for going for 3 tops at the Premier League 5 years ago. But what will he do next week? Because he will be in Group A in week 3. But as for who else will participate next week, you'll have to wait until later in the week to find out. But it's great that we're going to have the former Grand Slam champion here at the Live Lounge. So let's move forward before we look forward to having Jose in the building. This is game 9, the end of round 3. And like Trent was saying before the break, this is a really interesting game because if Berry wins, that will mean that Branley has not won a game in his first 3 rounds today, and he will be looking Group C in the face come the end of the group. Still a long way to go, but there is this big shift between the top 3 and the bottom 3 for sure.
Game on.
It's one of those shifts for Branley that he needs. He needs a bit of positivity up on that stage because it's been a day of negativity so far, as maybe as far as his performances go. He knows he's capable of better.
180.
And as you say, he's staring at Group C at the moment. Berry Van Peer's fortunes could be also different if he wins this and closes in to be level with Drayton and Cressy in what is going to be a closely contested top
100.
of Group A. And the shift between 3rd and 4th in the top and the bottom of the group would be 6 points. 3 victories.
And we are getting more 180s today than yesterday. I've just done a quick count of the first 3 rounds from yesterday compared to this today.
65.
The collective of the players is already ahead of what the players did at the end of round 3 yesterday, and this game isn't even finished. We haven't even seen the end of leg number 1 here.
Berry O'Connor, 156.
And we've already had 2.
Well, this has been a remarkable start to this leg. Branley on a 10 darter.
65.
Potentially here.
Ryan, you require 36.
If he can pin this double 18.
And
he does.
Ryan Branley.
That's the best leg of darts we've seen over these last couple of days from Ryan Branley. Where has that been this
Second
morning?
leg is Ryan to throw first.
It's pretty similar to the first leg of the day for him. He started by leaving 36 after 9, took the leg in 11, and then, since then, things have been troublesome. But this is it, isn't it?
63.
It's the inconsistencies that he's not ironing out. He's got the 10 darter, then he starts with a 5 and a 1.
$134.
Yeah, spare a thought for Michael Huntley, by the way. 2 darts to win the previous match. 1 to win the match before that. He lost them both 4-3.
57.
I get the feeling today, if Michael Huntley fell in a bucket of cookies, he'd come out sucking a bit of celery. He's just having one of those days.
58.
I thought you saved them sort of analogies for the Lessage matches, but we're getting them.
Spend enough time in Northumberland and
58.
Sid Waddell rubs off on you. Not that Ryan would know much about Sid, because when we sadly lost the great man, Ryan was only a nipper.
And of course, honoured still with the Sid Waddell Trophy.
The highest honour.
The one that every player wants to win at some point in their career, but not many can.
Well, that's true.
58. Ryan, you require
Barry's had a crack at it before.
164.
He's won a couple of games at the Palace. But he, of these two, is the only one to have won on this stage on a Saturday
100.
night. Although Ryan's been close. Now, make no mistake as well, if Branley can get a win in this
84.
contest against Van Peer,
Ryan, you
he's not
require
out
64.
of it. This is how tight things are getting. Double top. I like that. He wasn't comfortable, so he reset.
24. Berry, you require 110.
Is it likely that he comes back? We might know a lot more after this first dart.
70.
He will.
Ryan, you
Barry
require
Van Peer did have a shot at it
40.
to draw us level, but Branley, to put a couple of legs between these two.
No score.
And that's wasteful. And at
Berry,
this
you require
stage
40.
of the group, he can't really afford to do that.
He's struggling on tops, isn't he? He's not getting close to it.
Game shot in the second leg. Berry
That's ironic.
Van Peer.
Should have been 2-0. Is 1-1.
Third leg is Berry.
And the biggest
to throw
thing that
first.
Ryan is doing
Game
right
on.
now is he's fighting himself.
Well, he loved double 12 yesterday, didn't he? But in terms of that higher checkout,
60.
is it maybe a time to switch for Branley down to the bottom left?
I think you've somewhat inadvertently brought up a good point because double 12 has not been left by him all day.
100.
And you can leave that double on purpose if you so wish. But you can't all the time.
57.
It's one of those lesser primary doubles, like double 14. You can't leave it on purpose all the time, but if you are going to be a 12s guy, you're going to
95.
have to use tops or double 16 as well.
Zonomir tries to leave that double 14.
Yeah, less said about that, the better.
93.
That may be a Balkan thing, you know, because Mensah who was originally from Serbia, who plays for Austria, is the most famous double 14 hitter the world has ever seen.
87.
This is good.
121.
Okay, if that was on purpose, Barry, that wasn't very necessary. Trust me, that wasn't on purpose.
49.
I've seen 170
Barry, you
missed
require
on the bullseye by Jack
170.
Drayton today.
So the max checkout won't go for
94.
Berry.
Ryan,
Will
you
it go for
require
Branley?
170.
And it's that story we've seen on a few occasions.
125.
He's
Berry
backed it up with the following
76.
two darts, but into the 5 it goes. One at tops. It only took him one last time.
36. Ryan, you require
That wasn't far away.
45.
Now, what's he going to do on this number? Aha!
Switches.
29.
Apparently
Barry, you
every
require
double is
40.
proving elusive since the 10 darter.
He just wondered when he would switch to those potential 16s and 8s with not having joy.
No score.
Well, if you're going to miss double 5 with one dart in
Ryan, you
hand,
require 16.
that's probably the best miss. But it might cost him the leg.
This is a big dart here for Ryan.
No
And
score.
it's ever so close.
Berry, you require
But you don't get any
40.
points for that. And Berry will come back after that bust. Looking at tops.
Game shot in the
And
third
it
leg.
goes.
Berry Van Peer.
Look at the face of Van Peer as he turns around.
Fourth leg is Ryan to throw first.
That's a
Game on.
reluctance to feel happy about a 2-1 lead because he could easily be 3-0 down.
And Ryan will know in his head that he could be
60.
3-0 up.
Oh, yeah. He's raging right now. There are different dialects all over the
91.
UK, and there are different words for feeling angry. If you're from the northeast, you're raging. If you're from Wales, you're tamping.
41.
I don't know what it is in Dutch. But trust me, Branley is not feeling very good right now.
140.
I've seen young kids get angry in the town of Blythe in Northumberland. So angry, in fact, they could walk through a wall. But this is the kind of sport where you have to
66.
somewhat measure your disappointment and your ecstasy. Because if it is something that you can't control, you're not going to be able to throw
140.
good darts. You need to have that temperament. That's why Luke Littler's so good. Because no matter what's happening, he's still able to keep his temperament at that
58.
temperate
Barry,
level.
you require 130.
And just look at the control and the basis of this leg. Branley threw the first 3 darts here
65.
and finds himself over 200 points back.
I hate to compound his misery, but he's only got the darts twice today.
55. Barry, you require 65.
This is not one of those games, but he's losing ground by the minute. And that is another missed single from Berry.
33.
It's not often you see someone get 3 single 11s in a visit. But look at the luxury of it. He can afford to do
57.
that
Barry, you
and
require
still take the
32.
3-1 lead.
He massively had the luxury of time there.
Game shot in the 4th egg. Barry Vampire.
And Barry Vampire
5th egg is
looks
Barry to
at
throw
this stage
first.
as though he's
Game
going
up.
to tighten things up at the top of Group A. A big exhale in the background there from Ryan, who sort of looks like he knows where his
100.
week's going.
Yeah, I think you're right. Started this game with a 10-dart leg, the best of the week, and has missed his last 10 darts at double. His average
19.
has gone from 150 after the first leg to 75.
100.
He's in free fall.
It's a head and pair of shoulders that have
42.
dropped.
$100.
When you're playing someone who obviously is going through what Ryan's going through right now, you do sense it, even if you don't see it. It's the 6th sense of a dart player
58.
to know when someone is struggling. And your responsibility at that point is to make them feel worse, which is what Barry Vampire is on the
177.
cusp of doing.
And ironically, he'll come back for double 12 to win this match.
100. Barry, you require 24. Game
And
shot.
he takes it.
match,
Clinical
Barry Vampire.
from Barry Vampire. 3 players are now on 12 points at the top of Group A, all chasing the same target to book their spot finals night on Saturday. Ryan Branley firmly lodged in the mid-part now after a 4-1 defeat.
Well, that was a result that potentially changes the complexion of Group A. Berry Van Peer with a huge victory, not only for himself, but for Ryan Branley as well, because there's a big gap forming now in the middle and the top part of the table here in Group A. And look at that, George Cressy at the top. But he's closely followed by Jack Drayton and Berry Van Peer on 12 points. And as you can see, 6 points the gap between third and fourth. And Zvonimir Lesic has pulled himself off the bottom on his Modus Super Series debut as well. It's Huntley that occupies that bottom spot. And that leads into our next one between that man who we just mentioned, Zvonimir Lesic, and the man that leads the way in George Cressy. And he is a man that has been in fine form so far today. A 4-2 victory over Van Peer in his first game. A 4-1 win over Branley in his second. And a 4-1 win over Jack Drayton. So he's beaten 2 of his nearest rivals. And has the bottom 2 to play in the rest of his games today. But we know how quickly things can change here at the Modus Super Series. Lesic comes into this one off the back of a decider
First leg is
victory.
Zvonimir to throw first.
It is Zvonimir to throw first in this one. And is it going to be business as usual as far as today is concerned for George Cressy?
He'll be hoping so. But if you weren't tuning in a week ago, when Darren Beveridge and Dean Gallagher were tied at 12 points apiece on the Tuesday, you thought maybe they're going to go all the way through to the end of Wednesday's session, skirmishing to see who gets the spot in Saturday night. It was at this point last week
100
where things changed a little bit. Because when Dean and Darren were at 12 points apiece, it was Beveridge who put his foot down. He would get to 26 points. Dean would only get to 20. One person made an impression the other couldn't catch. This week it's different. We've got 3 players on 12 points. So the complexities,
95.
well, they're more complicated.
And when you have 3 players on 12 points, it shows that everybody's stealing points off everybody as well.
Yeah, that's true.
60.
Emphasised by the fact that the head-to-head record between Drayton and Cressy is 1-1. I can't ignore the fact that Zvonimir Lesic now has become a very dangerous prospect for the top 3. Because he's playing better today and causing headaches for pretty much everybody. Look what he's doing. He's starting this game with a 16 darter.
Second leg is George to throw first. Game on.
He's 5th in the table and he looks way more comfortable than yesterday.
Well, he said to get himself back into any sort of contention, he'd have to have a near flawless day. If he wins this, he's won 3 from 4. That is nearly flawless.
It's not good enough though, is it?
65.
By all means, probably not. But when you've started your Modus Super Series debut with 5 defeats from 5, to then back it up the next day and get some wins on the board and go in with something to go into Wednesday with.
80.
I agree.
And the rest of the week.
Yeah. We've seen plenty of people go into Group C after a Group A campaign that did not start well, and then they become
100.
the best player of the week. It's typical of a debutant to have a slow start on a Monday, but I think Lesic is a little bit better than yesterday suggests.
96.
His creative counting aside, today is much better average-wise. He looks way more comfortable.
85.
And he's been playing really well.
And you go on the flip side of that, of people that have struggled in Group A throughout the 3 days, that then go on to struggle
in Group
81.
C as well. Devon Peterson a couple of weeks ago. You look at, he couldn't get that mojo and that rhythm in Group
95.
A,
Georgia
which can be forgiven going into the
148.
other groups, but he then couldn't find that mojo later in the week as well.
Yeah, we'll find out if he's got some later in the week, because he is playing on Thursday and Friday. And Cressy has found the second treble, and he's found the end product as well.
George Cressy.
Talk about a jolt of confidence.
Third leg is
That is the biggest finish of the entire week from the person who's got more ton plus checkouts than anybody.
44.
Miraculously, that's his first one of the day. And it's the biggest.
131.
Yeah, his third ton plus out of the week.
Oh, second time that's happened. He had a Robin Hood in the previous leg. That one couldn't even hang on. And what's more, he's using nylon stems in those very short darts.
140.
And if he does prong the end of that stem with a point, he's going to damage it, and he hasn't changed it whatsoever.
59.
I'd have a very, very safe 50 pence on the fact that he's got a damaged stem right now.
What do you make of sort of the emerging use of
60.
K-Flex setups and stuff that maybe doesn't bring that around?
I think molded flight technology is a really good idea.
100. Georgia require 170.
I don't think it's fully engineered to perfection. I think there are still flaws. I think manufacturers these days are looking at absorption a lot, so that, yes, you don't get points sticking in another flight or another stem, but you still get flight deflections.
45. Georgia
That's the
requires
next
74.
step. I don't see any molded flights on the stage right now. I see two guys throwing foldable flights, nylon stems.
34.
You could say it's old school, but we'll come back to that because you might be surprised with a statistic in the next
57.
leg.
Georgia require 40.
Cressy looking to wrap this up in 16 darts, looking at tops. We'll have to go down to the tens.
$20.
An opportunity for Lesic.
116.
Can he take it?
He's had 2 ton plus checkouts. This would be his third of the week.
98. Georgia required 20.
I'm never convinced that he's going to go for the right double, you know. I always think he's going to go for the wrong one.
$10. Zvonimir, you require 18.
He's definitely going for the right one this time. He needs to hit the other side of the barrel.
9.
He's too far away.
Georgia
Cressy's getting
required
lucky
10.
here. Zvonimir should have wrapped this up.
Game shot in the
But
third
instead
leg.
it's Cressy.
George Cressy.
He probably can't believe he's looked that he's actually won that leg with the amounts of shots on the
Third
outer
leg
ring
is
he
George
missed.
to throw first.
Let me ask you a question,
Game
Trent. And there may be a lot of people watching on Pluto TV today from all over the place thinking that molded flight technology or one-piece
91.
flight and stem combinations are ubiquitous and the norm. Well, here's something you might not
60.
know. So here's the question. How many of the top 10 in the world use molded flights? Just think to yourself, how many would it be?
100.
Now, everybody knows that Littler does. He's the world number one, and he's one of the top guys in the world at using that kind of technology. But how many in the top 10 use
70.
molded flights?
Josh Rock played around with them, didn't he?
Still got them.
Still got them.
100.
Is it 2?
It's 4. Now, a lot of people might think it's more than that, but it isn't. The 4 in the top 10 in the world that use molded flights are
95.
Littler, Clayton, he's only just moved to them, Josh Rock,
Danny Noppert?
and do forgive me, it's actually
96.
only 3. Because Stephen Bunting uses foldable flights. Now, what do you see on this stage right here? 2 players using foldable flights
100.
because
Georgia require 114.
they feel they work better for them. Tops would work.
74.
Not quite. But he is coming back for a 3-1 lead in a game where he could have easily been 2-1 down.
63. Georgia require 40.
That's about as much disappointment as we've seen from Lesic all week.
We didn't like this target the last time we looked at
20.
it, Cressy.
Zvonimir
He
require
doesn't like it again there.
113.
Lesic had a good pop at the 116 last time out. Went ever so close and then fumbled around at the end of the leg to...
$93.
So both
Georgia
players looking at
required
double 10. Will
20.
Lesic get a chance?
Oh, no. Oh,
Game
yes.
shot on the 4th egg. George
That's not how he
Cressy.
wanted 20 points, but he'll take it and run.
5th egg is Zvonimir to throw first. Game up.
Sometimes you just got to win ugly, George.
60.
Just to give you some sort of indication as to how ugly this game is.
42.
The fact is, it's actually not that ugly. Because this looks and feels like Cressy's worst performance of the group.
140.
And yet he's still averaging low 80s. If some people are having their worst game, and we've seen it over the last few weeks, some people can average in the high 60s having a bad game.
99.
We have not had one person averaging the 60s here this week.
100.
It just feels like he's reaching for that treble 20 a little bit
100.
more. A bit of extra effort coming into this. And we should never, ever forget just how difficult it is to keep your concentration round on round on round. 2 more rounds to go today.
100.
Before we go again all tomorrow.
Well, that's the point, isn't it? Because 5 games on Monday, at the end of it, you might... I feel okay. I feel good. I'll do it again tomorrow. But by the time you get to round 4 on
60.
Tuesday,
Zvonimir require
is
101.
that little bit of extra tiredness starts to kick in.
Well, I think a case in point of that is Ryan Branley. I don't think he'd walked out yesterday in a bad position. He's on stage. He knows what he's done on there before. He's in a respectable, comfortable position. We spoke at the top of the show about him
41.
potentially breaking in to challenge Drayton and Vampire. It'd be a different conversation with him right now on round 4 of the second day.
140.
I think the conversation is going to change here. If Lesic does not take out 60, he could lose. Well done.
Game shot on the 5th egg.
That's as good as it
Zvonimir
gets.
Lesic. 6th leg is George to throw first.
He
Game
needed
up.
to hold his throw there to stay in this match. He'll need to break back and hold his throw again if he's to win it.
$81.
Maybe a bit of a chance to roll some pressure up on Cressy here with his first visit.
100.
Doesn't strike me as a player who's playing under pressure. I mean, why would he be? He's only on 4 points. Today's been a very successful day for the Croatian.
58.
If he's been watching this program prior to coming here, he will know very well that he's looking at Group C.
100.
What would success look like to Vladimir Lesic this week at the
Saturday.
Modus Super Series?
Saturday. Getting to Saturday would be a huge win for him. He would join 2 other Croatians in making Saturday
140.
with a chance of actually being the 3rd Croatian winner. But if he were to go through Group C this week in the top 2 spots, I'd say that's a victory.
77.
I'll give you the other combatants of Group C, because that looks like where Lesic is going to go. Neil Wild, tricky customer. Carl Wilkinson,
58.
former
Zvonimir
weekly winner.
Jurova,
Connor Hopkins is making his
144.
return to the Live Lounge after 3 years.
Connor Hopkins, one of the bookmakers' favourites for the outright win of the weekly title.
George has walked away. He
120.
thought that Lesic was going to hit that.
Georgia require 164.
It wasn't far off whatsoever. Well, this has got very interesting.
94. Zvonimir, you require
Lesic
24.
has 3 darts in hand to take us to a decider. Which
Game shot
we
for 6
do.
legs. Zvonimir Lesic.
From 3-1 down, Lesic draws a level game.
7th
with
and
the
final leg
darts
is
to win
Zvonimir
it.
to throw first.
George
Game
has
up.
got a lot on his mind. We said it. Zvonimir is turning into
100.
a horrible fixture.
It's the fixture that everybody wanted to play yesterday. It's a completely different story today. And a completely
100.
different player. Not completely. We're still looking across the board, to the left, to the right, to the middle, to the top, to the bottom.
100.
Well, let's face facts. Anybody who goes to a new job, when do they do their best work on day 1? Day 2 is always better than day 1.
60.
First time on this stage, on Pluto TV. You've got to feel this place out a little bit.
140.
Feels like he's accomplished that. And now all he wants to do is win. And if he wins this leg, with a game to spare, he will have won more games than he's lost today.
Zvonimir, you require
Maybe have a long point to
161.
Ryan Branley.
He's going up the table like a rat of a drain pipe, but I tell you one thing, Zvonimir.
85.
You want to keep going up that drain pipe, there's a blockade in front of you. This would be an incredible result for Jack Drayton and Barry Van Peer, courtesy of this man.
Game shot.
And it absolutely is. Zvonimir Lesic showing exactly how one day here on the Live Lounge stage can be completely different to the day before. 5 defeats from 5 yesterday, 3 wins from 4 today, and it's a big upset win over George Cressy, who's up towards the top.
Well, an interesting game on the way here then in Group A. And two players that were in the back room probably watching that last one with a bit of a smile on their face after that result. Because George Cressy was on 12 points. These two players on 12 points too. One of them will be on 14 after this and will take charge of Group A.
First egg is Jack to throw first.
With just one more game each to play after this one.
Interestingly, Jack comes into this off the back of a
123.
4-1 loss to Cressy in game number 7. He comes into this fixture off the back of a 4-1 defeat to
58.
Bury yesterday. But looking at what Jack did off the back of that defeat to Bury yesterday morning, he then put in his best performance of Monday.
41.
So is that potentially a sign of what's to come? On paper, yes. But on a dartboard,
41.
probably not.
Important game for both players, that's for sure.
121.
Every game you step up there is important, but in the context of how the rest of the week could pan out and wanting to
112.
top this table and have an automatic spot on Saturday. Of course, still a day's play to go. Tomorrow, another 5 matches, a round of fixtures. And we've seen today how much things can change. Zvonimir Lesic is a perfect example positively of that. Ryan Branley maybe the opposite in a negative sense today. These two have been ticking along very nicely. There's a reason why they're at the top of the table. And it's Jack Drayton that strikes first here, holding his darts. And pinning tops as well.
140.
If that first dart is finding the target and tops is being found with 1.
140.
We know from experience it's not just the people in this group that have got to be worried, it's everybody in this series.
100.
He didn't defend his title because Derek Coulson took it from him. But he could still win 2 series in a season.
80.
We only have 3 a year. And it just goes to show how difficult it is to win 2 of these when only Luke Littler's done it.
57.
Nobody has replicated what he did in Series 3 and 4. I think if Jack
57.
Drayton or Derek Coulson do not win this series, I'm not entirely convinced that anyone will ever win 2 series off the back of what Littler's done. It's proving to be incredibly elusive.
I think it's hard to say though, because there's always players that pop up seemingly out of nowhere, and we've spoke religiously this week about the emergence of some young talent, and you know, nobody could have imagined the emergence of Luke Littler and what he'd go on to do after them
48.
2 amazing victories. But
Jack, you require
I think
90.
the ever-changing landscape of the world of darts is going to see us have more and more competitive players, but I guess that makes it harder for one person to win 2 titles, as you do mention.
Jack Drayton.
But with the amount of times we have Champions Week in a year, for Drayton to go and do that twice and put his name up there would be remarkable.
Yeah, just to put that into perspective, we have 2 players on the stage right now who have both played in the semi-finals of the Champions Night. Van Peer was there when Littler defended the title.
131.
He was Littler's victim in the semi-finals. So they know what it's like to get right to the end of the 3 and a bit month rainbow.
81.
One got success, one left thinking what could have been.
140.
It might indeed be the case in this game as well, because Drayton's the one with the 2 legs. Van Peer has been left marooned.
100. $60.
It's been strange for Drayton because there's been a couple of games where he's been blown away. That's been out of the ordinary. And then there's other games where he steps up and he doesn't seem like losing a leg. And that is one of those right now.
140. Barry acquire 170.
It's not going to go, so Drayton does have a chance of 3-0.
96. Jack, you acquire 135.
Ideal dart really is just right of the bull. That's not bad. He doesn't get there.
70.
Turns out
Barry,
the
you
markup
acquire
of the bull
74.
wasn't perfect. But this might be.
54.
Uh-oh.
Jack, you
There could be
require
trouble ahead.
65.
Jack Drayton for a 3-leg lead. No mistake on the 25. What about the tops?
Game shot in the third leg.
Very
Jack
effective, very
Drayton.
efficient. So far, a very good
Four-legged
performance
Barry
as
to
well
First. Game up.
from Jack Drayton. A 3-leg lead in this top of the table clash between these two.
What did I say to you earlier on
96.
today? The motivation for Drayton is to get the 2 days off. The moment he stumbles and somebody catches him, look what happens next. 3 out of 3 on the doubles
140.
and a high 90s average. This is a response.
Said earlier how Barry
58.
Van Peer is the only man to go 100% on the outer ring. Yesterday it happened in his final game. Drayton could do the same here
134.
against that man.
Imagine being as good at golf as Jack is and as good at darts as Jack is.
60.
He's one of those infuriating talents that could have gone to college in America and picked whatever sport he wanted to do, and he probably would have been drafted to either Major League Baseball, the
134.
NFL, the NHL, MLS.
He was the first picked in PE.
87.
Oh, yeah.
Jack, you require 93.
He wasn't standing on the playground with his knees knocking towards each other. He was saying, right, who's next? Or in the case of this shot, what is next? Tops will not be
44.
next, but it could be coming.
46. Jack, you require 49.
Will it be 4 from 4 for Jack Drayton? Nobody could see it off in style still.
9. Barry, you require
Very way back on 154, so needs a monster checkout, the highest we'll have seen of the week, to just keep himself in this contest. It's not going to go. Can he leave it handy?
45.
Bit of a throwaway
Jack,
dart
you
at the
require
end,
40.
completely there. He knows his race is potentially a run here. And Drayton
Game shot.
doesn't miss
And
any
the
more
match,
match darts.
Jack Drayton.
And takes a big victory. That could be really important as far as the leg difference is concerned as well in what is a close group. He does that trademark kiss of the hand towards the camera. Drayton blows away Barry Van Peer by 4 legs to 0.
Welcome back to Group A, day number 2 of it. At the Modus Super Series here on Pluto TV. It's Michael Huntley against Ryan Brandley now. 2 people that aren't having the day that they'd have been after. Two players they're yet to win so far this morning. Well, that has to change now. Ryan Brandley 6 points behind Perry Van Peer and George Cressy in third and second.
First leg is Michael
Huntley
to throw first.
at the moment 4
Game
points
on.
behind Lesich and Brandley just above him. Something needs to change for one of these. Well, it needs to change for both of them, but only one of them can do it here.
140.
I, from memory, cannot remember a more frustrating daily campaign than this for Huntley. I know that Ryan has had his troubles. Well, not at starting the first leg of a contest, because 2 of his 3 games have started with a 4-visit leg.
43.
But Huntley's day has got me spinning. I fear to think what it's done to him. Averages of 91, 91,
100.
and 86 in 3 defeats. And he's had match darts in 2 of those games.
95.
He will be spinning.
The darts that we've seen today from these 2 players tells us that Huntley's performed better.
100.
But the way that it's gone shows that Huntley might play better in this game, but Brandley would get it over the line.
Oh, I'm not sure what that would do for Mike. If it happens again.
89. Ryan, you require 121.
4th time lucky, could we say?
I keep saying there's no luck in this sport.
9.
You've got to create your own
Michael, you require
fortune.
134.
Maybe with a shot like this. 32.
102. Ryan,
good
you
try.
require 112.
Yeah, great effort that puts some real pressure on Brandley here now. And he wants tops.
Game
And he
shot
gets
first
it.
leg, Ryan Brandley.
You can see the emotion on stage there for Brandley. And you can
Second
see the
leg is
emotion on
Ryan
stage
to
as
throw
well
First.
from Mike Huntley, who
Game
shakes his head. He just can't believe what he's coming up against. Everybody who's played against him today has put in their best performance of the day.
100.
And it's happening again. Yeah, I think Huntley's starting to take this personally. Trust me when I say this, because everybody knows Mike here.
100.
He's not the kind of person who goes out of his way to make people miserable. If anything, he's the exact opposite. If you need help, if you need a hand with something, he's the guy who'll say, what can I do
16.
for you? But people don't care about that in a day like today. They just want to compound him into the ground.
85.
The way he's been rolling over the last 3 hours, Michael Huntley could be standing in the middle of Australia,
59.
about 15,000 miles from a boxing ring, and he'd still get knocked out.
In the wild outback.
41. $121.
If Huntley's not careful, Brandley could walk away with this. I'm not going to say he's going to run away with it, because he hasn't won today and he doesn't have that winning
121.
feeling.
Ryan, you require 81.
But he did have it yesterday against Huntley. Ironically, 4 legs to 3.
Game
Oh,
shot
double
second
12.
leg, Ryan Brandley.
Look what happens when he leaves it.
No messing around on the double 12 at all, was that?
Third leg is Michael to throw first. Game on.
Down to the 19s, up to the double 12 for a 2-leg lead. And as you can see, to the left of the scoreboard, 100% on the
43.
checkout so far for Brandley. 2 shots at it, 2 hits.
60.
One thing I'm really interested to know about Ryan. He's been playing darts at a very
59.
very good level for the last 4 or 5 years. In fact, my own father knew about him before I did. Playing local darts in
57.
Blythe, playing in the local areas like Bedlington and Ashington in Northumberland, in the northeast of England. And everybody said, you got to watch out for this kid. And the first time we saw him here, we all
140.
understood what they were talking about. But what really interests me is, what if darts didn't take off?
135.
What would he have done? Because this is going to be a talking point for the next few years with all of these juniors coming through. They want to be pro dart players.
99.
But what if they can't be? We are seeing more people come from academies going straight
59.
to the tour
Michael, you require 160.
than ever. I've got some good news for you, Mike.
88.
He's not going to take out 190.
What will he leave when he comes back is the question. If he gets the shot of it.
96. Michael, you require 72.
Double 12, the target then for Mike Huntley.
60. Ryan, you require 94.
The thing to focus on here is not Branley. If he hits it, look at Huntley.
54.
But he really
Michael,
can't
you
find tops
require
today.
12.
And it's not close either. It's not close to the target.
Game
He's
shot
not
the third
kissing the
leg.
wire.
Michael Huntley.
It's way up, way down.
Yeah, his
Fourth
range
leg
on
is
that
Ryan
shot
to the
is way
reverse.
off.
Game on.
In this sport, missing a double close is not necessarily a bad dart if you miss it by 2
84.
millimeters. If you're constantly missing tops high by 1.5 centimeters or more, something's not right.
85.
What do you put it down to on that aiming at tops today? Because the amount of times he'll have aimed at that target in his life and pinned it. So,
80.
with such joy.
And maybe he's just got his aim point wrong for the day. Some people tend to practice every double before they take to the stage
60.
just to get a little bit of a rangefinder out there. But for whatever reason, it just feels like his fluid action is not allowing his release point to be
140.
correct for tops. Everything else has been a lot closer, if not in. But for that one target, the line's been good, but the weight has been off.
100.
Every now and again, he is having a visit like this. He's had a 9 today twice. He doesn't want to do it again.
64.
And he doesn't.
There's a potential of a 5 there, which would have really potentially changed this leg.
135. Ryan, you require 133.
There's the 3.
26.
And there's another one.
Michael, you require 121.
This is how a leg can fall to pieces in 2 visits.
Well, that's 5 disastrous darts out of the last 6 for Ryan Branley.
97.
But he could
Ryan,
still win
you
the
require
leg,
107.
despite saying all that.
$99. Michael, you require 24.
That double 12 is getting a lot of attention in this game. You've got it again. You hit it last time.
Game shot in the fourth leg.
Oh, well.
Michael Huntley.
Look at that. He gives it the full fonz.
The awkward one downstairs.
Fifth
I
leg
think
is
Michael
to
Huntley is
throw
old enough to
first.
know who the Fonz
Game
is.
on.
Arthur Fonzarelli from Happy Days, played by Henry Winkler. Nobody's ever looked that good in a leather jacket.
60.
Yeah, I think Ryan Branley would say, who? What's his handle on TikTok?
43.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of a clash of generations here. The age gap between these two is well over 30 years.
100.
But what is the possible biggest age gap we could have here at the Modus Super Series? So if we
60.
invited someone who was 16, so let's say Archie Self, what if he played Paul Lim,
100.
who's 72? 56 years. Imagine that for an age gap in sport.
We saw Luke Littler
56.
play against Paul Lim, didn't we, earlier in the year? A couple of times over at the Bahrain Masters and the Saudi Masters, I think it was.
140.
What other sport could we see that?
Snooker?
That was the first four, yeah.
42. Michael, you require 101.
I think Ryan Branley is starting to boil over here. Feels like Huntley's getting the hang of this game. And he's on double 12 again. And he's
Game
found
shot
it.
The fifth leg.
So he's
Michael
found all
Huntley.
3 doubles in that transition.
Sixth
Double
leg
6,
is
double
Ryan to
3,
throw
and double
first.
12.
Game on.
Unfortunately for Huntley, there isn't another one on that transition. But he does need one more leg to get his first win of the
41.
day.
At the expense of Branley as well.
$60.
What do you think, Trent, if Branley does lose this game?
30.
His last game is against Drayton, which is no pressure on him. Do you think he would change the darts and go back to the other ones from yesterday just to see how they'd behave?
60.
I don't think it'd be an awful decision to do that. He's obviously practiced with both sets of darts a lot. And if you're going through a day and not winning a game, I think something needs to change.
81.
And if that's the setup, that's the setup. And it gives him a bit of an opportunity for tomorrow. But I just worry for his confidence and that
60.
knock of going a day without a victory.
He hasn't won a game on this stage since the last game of yesterday against Lesic.
45.
But a lot has happened for that Croatian today in response to that defeat.
100.
He's playing against Barry Van Peer in the next match, which could be 221 points away.
36. 45.
You can tell that Huntley really wants this victory. But because he hasn't crossed the line today, this is going to feel uncomfortable. Look at the body language again.
It's a psychological battle between two players absolutely desperate for a win out on that stage. And at the moment, Michael Huntley 176 points away from it.
101.
But it is Ryan who gets to a finish first. Good use of the 19s and the ball.
He's on Ryan's throw, though.
Ryan, your car 167.
You need this to go. Potentially.
95.
Huntley looking at
Michael, you require
76.
76.
For his first win of the day. To compile a bit more misery onto Ryan Branley's Tuesday morning. Tops.
36. Ryan,
Match
you
dart
require
goes
72.
amiss.
Huntley will think that this is going to be found. Change of plan.
36.
For the first
Michael,
time,
you
Huntley
require
gets a second
40.
visit to win a match today.
Game shot.
And
the
it
match,
does
Michael
win
Huntley.
his first match of the day. Mike Huntley. He missed 2 match darts and he pinned it with his third. Today that goes from bad to worse for Ryan Branley. Averaging in the high 70s, but crucially, it's the defeat that compiles the misery. Mike Huntley with a 4-2 victory over Ryan Branley. Well, welcome back to Group A on the Modus Super Series, the final round of fixtures for all of these players on the second day on the way. Berry Van Peer against Zvonimir Lesic coming up, but it was Mike Huntley that got the win over Ryan Branley last time out. His first win of the day puts him up to 2 points, but have a look at that. It's shaping up interestingly at the top. Jack Drayton leads the way, but George Cressy and Berry Van Peer very, very close to him. Ryan Branley, well, his day yesterday was quite positive. He now sees himself 8 points off top and only 2 off the bottom. As I say though, the final game, of the day for this pair. Berry Van Peer looking to draw level, at least for now, with Jack Drayton. And Zvonimir Lesic looking for win number 4 out of 5. If he did that yesterday, he'd have been joint top.
I'm fairly comfortable in my statement that the pound is safe from earlier on when we looked at the 100 to 1 to win the group. However, hands up anybody at home watching on Pluto TV who thought that he would win 4 from 5. Well, he's got at least 3. 45. I didn't think he'd win 4. I didn't think he'd win 3.
The hand's gone down in the studio rather than up from Nico.
Yeah. I knew he was decent from what we saw yesterday, but today has been so much better.
He's shown us different parts of his game today, and I think that comes from watching him more. Of course it does. We've seen it at 5 more games that he's played, but he's shown us different elements of that game, and he's got the winning feeling up there as well.
Yeah, he's definitely scored better. Averages
60.
have been vastly improved.
$140.
3 games where he's had the darts. These are his averages: 85, 86, and just under 86.
76.
I think that's pretty useful. Did have a bit of an off game against Jack Drayton in game 4.
101.
But when he's had the darts, he's won. Now can he win against the throw for the first time this week?
121.
If he does, Van Peer will not be happy.
$97. Zvonimir, you require 144.
He'd also put Jack Drayton in a really good position as well if his closest competitors are beaten.
44. Berry,
He'll
you
be in
require
action
73.
in the close of today's play against Ryan Branley, with George Cressy and Mike Huntley sandwiched in between in our penultimate match
on the
of
first
the day.
leg.
Berry Van Peer, very good
Second
stuff
leg
there
is Zvonimir to throw
to take the first leg.
I just wonder if Lesic is getting Van Peer at the wrong time.
60.
Round 5 yesterday, 101 average from the Dutchman. So if he does something like that again,
41.
I'm pretty confident in saying he's going to get another 2 points, which I feel he has to. Because like you've just mentioned, Trent, Jack Drayton's got Branley.
85.
Branley's confidence is in the basement right now after losing 4 games today. You have to expect that Jack is going to win that match.
95.
And if he so does, you've got to post a score that Drayton has to better. So there's big pressure on Cressy and BVP
81.
in this final round.
And of course it was how he picked himself up after that last game as well, because he wasn't just beaten, he was beaten 4-0 by Jack Drayton in his last one.
140.
And Lesic obviously coming in after a positive day on the stage.
79.
A full trip to the 19s there that strayed off into the freeze.
Yeah, it didn't make any sense. If you're on 275,
58.
your automatic number is 105 or more. 60, 20, 25, or bull gets you to a finish. If you
54.
go 19s, you need
Berry
2
will go
trebles.
167.
And look what Berry gets. 2 trebles to leave.
142.
Zvonimir's favourite double from what we can tell.
Left himself on 127.
54. Berry, you require 28.
Berry comes back looking at double 14.
Game shot in the second leg. Berry
Making no
Vampire.
mistake on the outer ring here. 2
Again.
for 2.
The leg is Berry.
I've already mentioned that game yesterday against George
Game
Cressy
on.
where he was 4 out of 4. He's halfway there already. I don't know what you think about
96.
names, Trent, but I'm fascinated by why people are named certain things. The further east in Europe you go, you get more mythical
125.
names. Names that you would probably see in a Norse mythology book. I don't think many lullabies include the name
65.
Zvonimir.
I certainly couldn't name one.
It sounds like someone who would be going into the Colosseum to take on the lions.
135.
Or Maximus.
Dracula vibes.
But then you've got a guy called Berry. And that's got a
83.
very 1960s San Francisco Burning Man feel.
But what is your favourite nickname in the world of darts? I've already mentioned mine
43.
today.
Frosty the Thrower Man. It's simple. It's the best that there will ever be. Unless somebody comes up with something better, which is highly unlikely.
180.
That's pretty good.
I still love Darren Ice Cold Beverage. I mentioned it earlier. I just love the way he plays on his second name in the middle.
It's really good, isn't it? I love how
42,
we started the
Barry
series
Advance
with a nice cold
77.
beverage. Started as we meant to go on. Just like Berry. Looking to be perfect. Mr.
Game
Perfect
shot in the
strikes
third
again.
leg,
And
Berry Vampire.
this is brilliant in round number 5 this week. He's 7 out of 7 on the doubles
Full leg is
in his
Zvonimir to
5th
throw
game.
first. Game on.
of each day. Incredible.
What a way to close out your day's play. He did it yesterday.
140.
Could he do it again today? It gives you that real confidence going into the next day. He's shown that coming into this morning.
Tell you what this
131.
is. This is a warning shot to the rest of the week. Because if you let this guy go deep on Saturday
60.
night, this is the kind of stuff he can do.
Because when he's been on it in these games, and there's been plenty where he has,
60.
he can beat anybody on this stage. Especially with the fact that he's not missing doubles.
Yeah, unless it's just not even getting a chance.
40.
He's not had a shot at one here. And he's going to struggle to have one with the last visit like that.
And for the first time today, he starts to
60.
shake his head. I like that, though. He's not resting on 3 wins from 5. He'd like to get a 4th.
140.
And he's not going to relent. That's not in the Croatian makeup. They're not quitters.
105.
They didn't get where they are today without quitting.
121.
No, sorry, by quitting. That's why they made it to a World Cup final.
We won't talk about that.
Yeah, probably better not.
53. Barry acquire 145.
This is for a perfect end to day number 2.
55.
He's not that
Zvonimir, you
well
require
positioned.
68.
Lesic to get a leg on the board. Get one back against Berry Vampire, who's been flawless in this game so far. Double 16.
Game shot and the 4th leg. Zvonimir Lesic.
Well, Lesic's first shot and a double
Fifth
goes
leg is
as well.
Berry
So
to
we've
throw first.
seen 4
Game
shots
on.
overall. 3 from Berry and 1 from Zvonimir.
96.
Lesic's first name actually does rhyme with the name of Thor's mythical hammer, which is Mjolnir.
140.
And that was a bit of a hammer blow to Vampier's leg difference ambitions because
96.
Berry sits on +4, courtesy of that 4-0 drubbing from Jack Drayton. That 8-leg swing could be really big this time tomorrow.
180.
Well, that was a timely 180 from Lesic to take
59.
control against the darts.
It's only his 4th of the day. He's only got 6 for the group.
87.
But it has been a better day, and the averages, the 180s, the doubling, everything's been better today.
Bit of hesitancy there from
140s. Wanna make
Lesic
you
as he
record
released that last
94.
dart
He's
as to where he was
surprised
going
by
to
that.
go.
He hasn't got a clue what he's doing sometimes. Right, what have I got left? 76. He's just double checking. Triple checking.
$54.
And he didn't go
Bury your
double-double.
110.
To Van Peer's delight.
2 at the ball then for Van Peer. No.
Game shot.
He
And
takes
the
it out
match,
though.
Very
Van Peer wins by 4 legs to 1 against Zvonimir Lesic, who doesn't conclude today's action with 4 wins from 5. Very Van Peer moves himself on to 14 points for the week with a 4-1 victory.
Well, here we go then for the penultimate match of today's play. Series 15, Week 2. It's Group A action you're watching here between two players that have had contrasting weeks so far. George Cressy looking to keep pace with the two top setters. Drayton and Vampire both on 14. Cressy back on 12 at the minute. Cressy and Drayton both still have to play. Drayton will play Brantley in our last game of the morning into afternoon here this Tuesday at the Live Lounge. As for Mike Huntley, bottom of the table at the minute, but does have a considerably better leg difference than the two players above him, which sort of showcases how close his games have been. He's lost a lot of last leg deciders. He's won legs, but not enough to see him reach the fort. It's been sort of the story of his week so far, hasn't it, Paul?
Yeah, just a bit. But if he wins this game against Cressy, not only does he give George a lot to think about overnight, but he can hurdle both Lesic and Brantley for now to go from 6th to 4th. Not that that's going to do him any good in the race for Group B, really. Even if he does win this game, he's going to be 4 points behind George.
Game on.
Going into the last day of Group A.
Well, if you've been with us for the long haul over the last couple of days, make sure you tune in again tomorrow for a real exciting conclusion to this Group A table. We're still left with all the questions of who will book their spot automatically on finals night come Saturday evening in front of a crowd here at the Live Lounge.
And we did get some information on Saturday.
45.
Poor James Buckby getting to another final and losing out to Darren Beveridge. And what Darren proved
140
was that having 2 days off definitely helped him. Because he won Group A last Wednesday, he would go on to be the champion. And he's got an even longer wait now to see how he can fare in his first Champions Week. Takes quite a few weeks in a series to figure out what the patterns are. Sometimes it's Group C that gives you most of your winners. Sometimes it's Group A. Might be a nice mix of both. But you know one thing.
180.
If you do plenty of that, you've got a chance of making Saturday for sure. But if you don't, here this week,
60.
you will not play on a Saturday night again this year.
Well, the man we just saw put in the 4-1 victory, Barry Vampire, has done a lot of that in terms of 180 hitting, and he's done a lot on the outer ring as well.
Michael, you require 158.
And he is one of George Cressy's closest competitors here. Are the three frontrunners in Group A going to close out with a victory going into tomorrow's play? Seen one of them do it already. Can Cressy follow suit?
Game
he
started
started well.
George Cressy. Second egg is Michael to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, Barry Vampire's only got 4 180s today compared to 11 yesterday. There's a different way of doing things if you don't get as many 180s as the previous day. I think he's leaned on a few other facets of his game over the course of his 3 wins.
41.
But one thing is for sure, if Cressy wins this game by 4 legs to 2 or better, he's going to be the player
100.
of the day. Because his superior daily leg difference with a 4-2 victory or better would indeed be better than Jack Drayton if he were to win against Ryan Brantley.
Let's not forget as well, George Cressy only missed out on his last game in a last leg decider against Lesic.
100.
He could have been gunning for 5 out of 5 here.
Yeah, but Lesic couldn't be broken today.
134.
He had the darts 3 times and he held 3 times, to his credit. So people tomorrow against him in the search for points are going to have to go full Ivan Drago against him. If you don't know that reference, you haven't seen Rocky 4.
84. Michael, you require 160.
Not the final dart that George Cressy will have been after whatsoever. Doesn't leave himself on the finish, so Huntley looking for a good setup, but
80.
gets it.
Here he comes. Curious George asking questions.
140. Michael, you require 80.
It's a good single.
Game
Oh,
shot
how
the
has that
second
got in
leg,
there?
Michael Huntley.
Are you going to take that,
Third
Mike?
leg is George to throw first.
Yeah, you know that was a bit dirty.
Game up.
Oh, he knows it all right.
96.
He showed us that and then some.
That was so dirty, it had a divot.
60.
That might have to be one of the luckiest darts he's thrown on this stage. I tell you what, he's had a few over the last couple of days, hasn't he?
Quite often we've spoke about how the placement of his darts
60.
hasn't been working the way they've been landing in the ball. On that occasion, he won't care about how they went in, even though he can laugh at them.
98.
In some sports, it's just a case of it going in and not how. This is good.
140. George require 170.
But it really did need to be better before that to give himself a chance in this third leg.
Well, that last visit was good. This could be even better.
121.
He sees the funny side of it.
We are getting some gesturing in this game, aren't we? First and foremost, it was the swale of the double top deflection.
91.
And then it was the full periscope on the bullseye miss.
One thing I noticed about George as well, always loves a chat before the game when he goes up on stage. Some players in the zone, he likes a bit of a laugh and a joke up on stage and maybe settles him. And it has here. He's 2-1 to the good in the race to 4.
Yeah, but some people aren't that receptive to chatting before a game. You've got to pick your battles.
85.
Makes me think, who is the worst person you could try and engage a conversation with just before game starts?
James Wade.
140.
Dirk van Dijvenbode.
Yeah, I think you wouldn't want to engage James because he would tie you in knots.
Adrian Lewis, maybe back in the day.
Oh, Adrian was all right at the start. It was during that was the problem.
125.
We've seen some fiascos during with Adrian Lewis, that's for sure.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to engage Michael van Gerwen. He would use it as ammunition.
134.
And people like Darius Labanauskas, our Series 9 champion, he would just ignore you
81.
and then beat you. I don't know if that was the wise play.
91.
That was. With a covered 60, I thought maybe going for the 19s with Dartu would have been the correct route. But he's got himself onto a finish
100. Georgia
for a potential 3-1 advantage here. Yeah, he's got this one right. But the single 19 is really hard because it's covered by the flight. The last thing he needs is to get the 134.
96.
Oh, that was
Mike
very
Leopold,
good in the end.
110.
He wipes a bit of sweat off his head of how close that was to the double. But he does leave tops unless this goes for Huntley. Looking at double 16, which it does.
On the fourth
Very
leg,
efficient
Michael
from
Huntley.
Mike Huntley to draw this game level at 2 apiece.
Fifth egg is George to throw first. Game up.
110 checkout. We've seen it again. I think that might be the 4th or 5th time now.
For someone who didn't get a ton plus checkout yesterday, all of a sudden he's a ton plus checkout machine.
100.
And there were no deflections on that finish, were there, Mike?
140.
And look at that at the bottom of your screen next to the scoreboard. 2 from 2 for Huntley in this
60.
game. We wax lyrical about Barry Van Peer's doubling success in the last one. So we have to about Michael Huntley in this one as well.
100.
32% on the doubles were everybody yesterday. 86 hits from 265 shots.
58.
I have a sneaky suspicion that today's been just a little bit better than that.
Just a bit.
100.
I think most players have gone up a notch today. Maybe with the exception of Ryan Branley. And even Huntley, who's only won one game from
139.
a potential 5
Michael
matches.
161.
Which is so harsh on him. His standard has been so much better.
He's not done yet. But he is doing the right thing.
65. George Ricard,
in
144.
bringing in the 2 data. Is there enough room over the top of that one? Okay, so just stack it underneath then, George. Double 12.
For a 144.
120.
Agonisingly
Michael,
close
you
for
require
George
96.
Cressy after sneaking that second dart into the treble 20. No shot at
56.
double for Mike Huntley.
Georgia
I'll be
required
disappointed with that.
24.
So Cressy steps back up to retake the lead here. Be careful with the positioning of this. And it goes.
Game shot in the 5th leg.
George Cressy moves within a leg of the match.
6th leg is
Mike
Michael
Huntley
to
on his
throw
own darts
first.
to keep
Game
himself
up.
in this one.
Mike lost his first game 4-0. Since then, everything's gone deep.
89.
And today he might be having one of the best average days he's ever had on this stage and could walk away with 2 points.
100.
Quite rightly, after mentioning that opening game, he's lost his next games 4-3 and won his last one 4-2.
100.
Now, 312 for the uninitiated is a number where you can bring the bull in to leave a finish.
40.
A lot of people think you should start on the bull on 3-1-2. You could go bull now, 25 leaves a finish.
100.
But don't even think about listening to me, Mike, if you can do stuff like that.
Well, you can go smash in a maximum.
100. Michael, you require 132.
There we go then. How can he follow that up?
$116.
It's a great leave. A great leg of darts from Huntley here.
Well, 5 impeccable darts and a single 11 to leave double 8.
91. Michael, you require
Potential
16.
13 dart leg here to take us to a decider.
Eight.
Not this time
George,
for
you require
Huntley.
170.
He'll come back unless Cressy can hit the big fish.
Yeah, I think if George had hit that, that might have been the most
56.
ironic thing for Mike's
Michael, you
day.
require 8.
But he can still make his day better. Oh, that was a bit close, wasn't it? He's going to have to go high here. He's blocked.
Moves across.
Game shot in the 6th leg.
And
Michael
it pays
Huntley.
dividends. We do go the distance again.
7th and final leg
We've
is
said
George
that a lot
to throw
today
first.
about Mike Huntley's game,
Game
but
up.
can he tilt it in the balance and the favour of himself here before Wednesday?
This is probably the biggest leg of George's week.
121.
Because if he loses this leg and Jack Drayton wins the next match, there's 4 points between him and Jack. 4 points as a gap
60.
on a Wednesday is tough to bridge. 2 points is fine, because what you've got to do is beat the person you're chasing.
And of course, Jack Drayton will close
60.
today's play and open tomorrow's against Ryan Branley. But what Ryan Branley are we going to get tomorrow?
100.
This is very good.
140.
2 brilliant visits, 1 suspect, 1 in between.
We could be edging
43.
towards the same story here for Mike Huntley. Close, but not close enough. It's not going to damage the leg difference, but the points aren't there.
60.
At the bottom of the Group A table.
The only way he puts pressure on is with a 2 or 3 treble visit.
Needs to sneak another one in.
100.
He got lower and lower as he went forward.
120.
Seemed to snatch at that last start as well. Well, that wasn't in the script for Cressy.
40.
This game isn't over yet. Get yourself down to 58, and that's the question. Got to get to a 2-darter, surely. Well, 35 off. Leaves 163. He's going to have to switch.
55.
That made no sense.
Georgia require 80.
Bit of a baffling decision from Mike, and it could be his last start of the day. Cressy. Try and close out with a double-double finish.
60. Michael, you require 143.
Well, this is your chance, Mike. It might be the only one you get. Close but no cigar. Cressy will understand just how
83.
big this shot is.
Georgia require 20.
This is to be part of the final race for the #1 spot come Wednesday.
Massive. And he gets it.
Game chart. And the
George
match,
Cressy.
George Cressy.
Keeps the momentum going in Group A and puts pressure on those at the top. Vampire won his last game of the day. George Cressy wins his last game of the day in a last leg decider. Over to Jack Drayton next up against Ryan Branley. Well, here we go then. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, the final game, of Group A action this Tuesday afternoon. And it's Jack Drayton up on 14 points at the minute, but closely followed by George Cressy and Barry Van Peer, both on 14 as well. And he faces off against Ryan Branley, who has yet to pick up a point today. He won 3 of his 5 games yesterday and has followed that up with 4 successive defeats.
All the best. First egg is Ryan to throw first. Game on.
And this would be a real positive for Jack if he could once again not only top the table yesterday, but top the next day as well, and have an extra 2 points on the board rather than the closest competitor, because they both had 8 points, himself and Barry Van Peer, at the end of yesterday. But he'll gain 2 if he wins this.
Yeah, I suppose it would give him a little bit of extra wiggle room, wouldn't it? He does have a superior leg difference over
58.
George Cressy. But if Ryan Branley were to win this game by 4 legs to 1,
100.
Cressy would be top overnight. I get the feeling that will have Jack's attention, which will mean
76.
that winning this game is a must in his own mind. He might just be getting Branley at the right time.
If he carries on doing what he's been doing today,
140.
scoring the way he has, finishing matches the way he has, seems reasonable doubt to say that he'll win this match. Remember that Ryan Branley has been starting matches very well here.
Yeah, but he hasn't been ending them very well. That's why he's a bit forlorn in the background.
57. Ryan, you require 100.
Could kickstart this one nicely as well. One more of them, Ryan.
60. Jack,
Weird,
you
isn't it?
require
He can hit tops on approach, but he can't hit it end of leg. Tops has been a real problem. Unfortunately, Jack doesn't even get the tops.
Ryan, you require 40.
Will it go this time for Ryan? It will.
First egg, Ryan Branley.
16 data to kick things off.
Second
he wanted
egg
the double
is
double
Jack
before it didn't go.
Game on.
It does finish it off on tops.
Combined age of 37.
100.
That is 12 years younger than Peter Wright was when he won his first world title. Giant slice of perspective there.
78. $57.
I really admire the amount of work that's gone into this sport over the last 15 years. I think there's been more work put into the amateur game since COVID
21.
than at any point in this sport's history. And more work has been done to develop young players like these over the last 10 years than
95.
ever. And some people might say it's all off the back of Luke Littler. It isn't. Development Tour was created back in 2010 by Rod Harrington, with a view of being at this point 15 years later.
I just want to draw a comparison to where that is now.
100.
The game, the youth development, the amount of different pathways that they have, and the things that you're all being complimentary of then. How does that draw to when you were
Jack, you require 149.
coming into the game?
There wasn't anything. You had to wait until you were 18. Don't wait, Jack. Just hit it.
117.
Okay, you can wait because Branley's on 177. But take Ryan Branley, for example. He's from Blythe, Northumberland. I grew up there. He's had pathways
59.
in his early
Jack,
teen years.
32.
We had nothing. It's a very different sport now. And we're so happy about that.
Game
But I don't
shot
think
the
Ryan's
second
happy about
leg,
that.
Jack
He's been
Drayton.
equalised.
Third
The
leg
right
is
one was on the
Ryan
wall
to
in that
throw
leg. That was
first.
confident
Game
from
up.
Jack Drayton.
Let me give you a short story here about a young Geordie dart player I used to know called
44.
Lee Borlam. Back in 1997, Phil Taylor came to the Seaton Terrace Club, not far from Whitley Bay, and there was one person who beat Phil Taylor that night. Lee Borlam. 17 years of age. He might have been 16. He beat Phil Taylor.
140.
What pathway did he have for success? He didn't have one. He had to join the seniors without any sort of development.
99.
20, 30 years later, very different in a positive sense. And that's why we're getting players like Brandley.
66.
And Drayton too.
Exactly.
Both of these. Remember, this was the game, of course, that kicked everything off this week
58.
in Group A. And we've seen some amazing darts in between all of that.
There's still a possibility this could be the last game of the week. But Ryan's going to have to get his act together.
135.
I like
Jack
it.
require 164.
There we go, bullseye finish
Ryan, you require 116.
for Jack Drayton.
Game shot in the third
Well,
leg.
well,
Ryan
well. Somebody
Brandley.
is getting his act together. He's tried different parts of the
Fourth
board,
leg
but
is
it definitely
Jack to
seems
throw
like double
first.
12 and
Game
double 18 work. So maybe it's that height on the dartboard that is something that will click.
100.
You can see from that angle, our dartboard camera that points at the player, you can see that quite
121.
unusual wingy action of Brandley, where the elbow is going on the outside initially, then it goes on the inside, and the arm is pointing away
16.
from his ear. As he's got older, that has started to straighten up a bit. I just wonder where he's going to be in about 2 years.
85.
It's always interesting to see the development of people's throw, isn't it? And how much you say it's changed then and where it could continue to go.
Yeah, people have said that James
99.
Wade's throw's been the same for 20 years. Well, it kind of has. Steve Beaton's was very similar for 30-odd years. But look at Phil Taylor in 1992 compared to 2017.
42.
And every year in between. He had a lot of evolutionary aspects to his throw. You've got to go with that.
97.
Just because your throw looks a little bit different than previous might not be a bad thing.
140.
When I think of lovely
Jack
throws, I always think Gary Anderson.
145.
I love,
So do many people.
absolutely love it.
57.
You see what he's
Ryan
trying to do there. If he gets the treble, he can go
113.
48 tops. But if he doesn't, he's trying to trim it down to 50. Well, that wasn't part of the plan, but that
Game shot
was.
the fourth leg. Ryan Brandley.
The single 17 was way off centre, but the double 18 is found for the second consecutive leg, and right now, this is a dream result for
Fifth
George
leg is
Cressy and
Ryan
Barry
to
Van
throw
Peer.
first. Gamer.
And as we mentioned a little bit earlier on, if Brandley wins by 4 legs to 1,
140.
Drayton's not going to lead the table overnight on leg difference.
Something that we've not seen from Brandley today, and it comes in the final game of the day
80.
against the man topping the table. And some eyebrows have been raised in that back room for sure. The highest being George Cressy and
96.
Barry Van Peer to settle what would be a barnstorming conclusion to Group A tomorrow.
140.
You might say this performance has come out of the clear blue sky, but there have been signs from Ryan. He just hasn't been very consistent this week. But if he finds his consistency in a
43.
secondary group, there's no reason why he can't build up a head of steam for Saturday. But that's very much a tomorrow problem.
After the day that he's endured today, though, for him to walk off that stage with a victory,
100.
with a bit of confidence, with something to grab onto, would be massive for him.
I think that's a very fair point.
94.
Yeah, good switch. He's going to get a look to beat Drayton by 3. It is confirmed.
105.
Player of the day,
Ryan,
George
you
Cressy.
require 128.
8 points. Leg difference of +8. He can't be toppled.
$92.
But in the
Jack,
overall
you
Group A
require
table,
76.
he can still be stopped from top spot.
Look at Branley leaving that double 18 once again. Double 8 for Drayton here, though.
68.
Well, if Branley can do what
Ryan,
he's
you
done on a
require
couple of occasions in this
36.
game already, we'll see an upset on the cards. Cross for double 9.
27.
Awkward dart.
Jack, you require 8.
Even with a 3-1 lead, that could have a massive effect on whether Ryan wins this game.
Game shot.
'Cause he's not gonna win it 4-1.
Jack Drayton. 6th leg is Jack to throw first.
Some players, you just get this
Game up.
aura of, you better not let me off. Because if you do, you're going to pay for it.
100.
It's a bit like the first tackle of Maradona's run in '86. If somebody sticks that tackle, he doesn't score that goal from the halfway line.
100.
After that, nobody could catch him.
$95.
It's hard to believe when you see these two standing next to each other. There's only a year
140.
age gap between the pair. Ryan Branley, 18 years of age. Jack Drayton, 19. Yes, 19.
Yeah, I think that's a
96.
fair thing to say because it looks like Jack started shaving when he was 5. And Branley's going to start shaving in about 5 years.
95.
If I was stood up there when I was 18, it'd look exactly like this as well. I'd be Branley.
Oh, lovely switching.
134.
He's going to get a look for 3-3. Branley might be in trouble here.
Yeah, great use of the board. Important visit here for Branley. He's used the 18s really well
Jack, you require 76.
in this game. Probably needs to go for Jack. And it's the tops that he's looking at.
36.
So often it's gone
Ryan,
for
you
Drayton.
require 32.
He doesn't on this occasion. And it opens the door for Branley to win his first game of the day. Which
Game
he
shot.
does. Ryan
And
Branley
Ryan Branley.
throws his arms up. And to close the play, he wins his first game of Tuesday, beating Jack Drayton by 4 legs to 2. And wait for what is an exciting tomorrow. 3 players on 14 points. What a day of action we've seen in Group A here on Tuesday at the Live Lounge, compounded with that surprise result, we could say, at the end, with Ryan Branley winning his first game of the day against Jack Drayton, who was trying to race clear at the top of the Group A table, and it ends up looking just like this. George Cressy and Jack Drayton cannot be separated. 14 points, the exact same leg difference, and of course Berry Van Peer is right there as well. Big points for Ryan Branley at the end, and a good day for Zvonimir Lesic as well, winning 3 of his matches after going 5 for 5 on the defeats yesterday. Well, Paul, we've just alluded to it there, how close the Group A table is, and I want to talk about George Cressy first, because what a day it was for him. We were very much talking about Jack Drayton and Berry Van Peer yesterday, but we knew he was there on the edge, and he's won 4 of his matches today, and the game that he lost, it went to a decider.
Yeah, it's been a really good day for George. What I like about today's action is that he had that little bit of incremental improvement that we were asking for last night, and he found it. He started really well. He was very, very sharp from the off, and I think he needed to be. Because if you look at the way that Jack started yesterday and the way that Berry meandered through his day, I think George might have had a very stiff word with himself on Monday night, as if to say, if I want to lead this table or indeed win this group, I'm going to have to find something a little bit extra. He found that little bit extra today, but I get the feeling he might have to find a little bit extra tomorrow as well. Definitely,
and we've spoken on comms about some of the work he's done on the ADC circuit, and that he'd have to transfer it here, but he did find that extra today and showed us some great levels.
Yeah, he did. And yes, he did lose a game today, but when you are player of the day, you've done more than anybody else. He's got 4 wins. Nobody else has done that today. So the fact that he's got a 4-win day under his belt, Berry Van Peer's got a 4-win day under his belt from yesterday, and Jack's got one from yesterday. That's one of the reasons why those 3 players are clustered at the top, because they're all doing very similar things.
Jack Drayton had the chance to go top. We saw how close it was. And I guess ends his day in a slight bit of disappointment. I use the word slight because he's still there within touching distance. But when you come up against Ryan Branley, who's been maybe not so confident today, he was 4 defeats from 4, he probably expected to go up there and get that job done.
I think if you're in Jack's shoes, you expect to win that game. Not just because of the fact that Ryan has not won a game, but because he's been doing some really good stuff today. Very similar type of level from Jack on Tuesday compared to Monday. And I think he should be really proud of the way he's played. He hasn't spent much energy as well. So coming into the final day of Group A tomorrow, he's going to have plenty in the tank. Not just because he's 19 years of age and he's got lots of youth on his side, but the fact that he hasn't been that intense compared to what he usually brings to a Saturday night. So as far as tomorrow's concerned, him finishing in second position after 2 days is actually a bad sign for the chasers in Berry, and obviously with George being the leader, because he won't be happy with second place at all.
You mentioned Berry in there. We've got to speak about him because it's not just a 2-way battle for the top of Group A. It's a 3-way battle all on the same points. And some of his doubling has been exceptional across these 2 days, and he's been powerful on the 180s as well.
Yeah, what's weird is that Berry has gone 4 from 4 on the doubles in his last match both days. So just imagine if this group is as tight as it is now, and Berry's in his last round match. What are you expecting him to do? Go 4 from 4 again? What does Berry Van Peer have compared to Jack Drayton and to George Cressy? Experience. So he's going to need that tomorrow. If he puts himself into position, that experience could be invaluable.
As far as Ryan Branley is concerned, a lot of talk about him before coming into the week. He's never been able to get it quite over the line here. A disappointing day on the whole for him, if we're honest, but he's ended it with a win.
There were aspects he will be happy with. 2 of his games he started with a 4-visit leg. 1 game was an 11-darter, and that was the first leg of the day. When he starts with a maximum, you think, oh, this is going to be a good day. It really wasn't. But the fact that he got a 10-darter as well and a win against Jack Drayton at the end, it shows that the ingredients are there. He just needs to knit them together. So he has everything in his shopping basket. He's just got to put it together and make a great dish. Because at the minute, he's just a bit too erratic.
Yeah, just a couple of times it seemed to maybe drop his head a bit today, but he can walk away coming into tomorrow, a fresh day, with that win at the end of the day against Jack Drayton. But one man that did pick up a few wins today, Von Amir Lesic, I got there eventually. He started yesterday with 5 defeats from 5. But today, he got that winning feeling on the stage for the first time.
I haven't got his final stats from the day, but they're definitely going to be better than yesterday. His base level was better. His top level was better. I'm going to say his range is going to be a lot tighter. His doubles were more polished. He had more 180s. Everything was better today. So if that improvement from Monday to Tuesday can be found going into day 3, he's not going to qualify for Group B. He's not going to win this group. But name me a player who wants to play this guy the way he played today. Nobody. He's trouble. He is genuine trouble for anybody he plays for the rest of the week now.
He still always has us guessing, doesn't he? But it's entertaining at that. And Michael Huntley as well. There always has to be someone that's bottom of the group. But it feels harsh on him because he showed some great levels. He's been really close in games, but just hasn't been able to get them over the line in those deciders.
Michael's day is very similar to that of a gold miner who's been stuck down there for a week and has come out with nothing but dirt. He's thrown some really good darts today. Now, I've watched Michael play on this stage many times. He's had those 77 average days and picked up 3 or 4 wins. Today, we're talking about 8 or 9% better than that, and he's picked up 2 points. That's been a really frustrating day for Mike. If he can put it behind him and he can take the positives from it, he can still qualify for Saturday, but it's going to have to be through a secondary group.
It could have been also different, couldn't it, on them last leg deciders? And let's see how it all leads in. And if you've been watching for the last couple of days, make sure you're here tomorrow, because look at the way it's shaping up after 10 matches across the board. George Cressy, Jack Drayton and Berry Van Peer all on 14 points at the moment, and nothing to separate those top twos. Monimir Lesic on the 6 points, and Michael Huntley maybe needed to just turn things around ever so slightly down at the bottom with 4 points. But let's see what's coming up here on Pluto TV. Phil Taylor on Littler's Throw, 2 greats of the game, young and old, past and current. That is coming up next. Later today, Tungsten Talk with Mervyn King. Tomorrow, of course, Group A continues. Make sure you're with us all for that. We've got lots of great darts tomorrow to continue all of it. And that, of course, leads to finals night here at the Live Lounge. You can get your tickets for that at the Live Lounge at Portsmouth. Who will be the first player to book their spot? We'll find out tomorrow. That gets underway at 7:30. And it all sets up for tomorrow, doesn't it, Paul? Really exciting for tomorrow. And we've got, you know, Jack Drayton at the top of the table and a couple of them there as well. It's gonna be brilliant.
Yeah, bring on day 3, I say.
Well, make sure you're here tomorrow to join us for the Modus Super Series. Group A does come to a close. 3 players vying for that first spot at finals night on Saturday evening. It's all to play for. Thanks for joining us today here on Pluto TV for the Modus Super Series.
The Modus Super Series!
Derek Coulson for Destiny.
It's there! Phil Taylor!
Absolutely. Biggest of all
He
fish.
reels it in.
Yeah. What an incredible record. Everything you wanted.
He does it.
Henry Courtney with glory.
Our champion tonight.
The bullseye.
This will be amazing.
Unbelievable.
Oh, what a time for that.
It's matched out.
That is special.
Incredible.
Last turn, that is seething. The pressure is on.
Champions League night.
Good. Cooper.